All right, we're live. This is my live stream where I work on comics. And so what I'm going to be working on today is I'm going to be continuing what I've been doing on my live streams lately, which is working on pencils for the comic book, the graphic novel, Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, created by Lavender Vroman and illustrated by me and basically created by both of us. So I am currently, for those of you who might be tuning in for the first time, it's a 230 something page graphic novel that I have to knock out in art for in about 356 days. And so, yeah, I'm a cartoonist, and that this is basically the stream where I'll do that and I'll talk while I'm doing the process. And sometimes I have guests on and stuff. Today, probably that won't be the case. But I have a bunch of stuff to show you guys as well. So, we did an Artcasters episode on Thursday that was really cool. We had like the owners of Gold Key Comics on. And during that, I managed to finish page 5 and color it, and I'm happy with it. I sent it to my publisher; they love it, and that makes me feel confident in the direction of the next few pages as well. And what I'll be getting into on this stream is finishing up the final pencils for page 6, where we're finally going to see Elizabeth Barrett Browning. This is back when she was Elizabeth Barrett, but we'll be introduced to her. We're going to be working on an overhead shot where I will be cheating the perspective a little bit on it, but I think I'm pulling it off okay. And then aside from that, probably my hope is to finish the pencils on it, to do some shading and some other things like that. But anyhow, now that I've kind of done a rough intro. Oh, I was also going to say, I used to do an intro where I mentioned my books at the top. I'm kind of scrapping that. I'll be mentioning them throughout, showing some trailers for books that have come out when I'm about to take like a break to get a refill of coffee or whatever, just to keep the stream flowing. But for those of you who are kind of curious about what I do or what my work is or comics or anything like that, just check out the notes down there. And those will let you know like how you can support me and pre-order the books that I already have out and all that fun stuff. So now, without further ado, let's get to work. So here is, I wanted to show you guys the finished page that I ended up finishing on Artcasters. And so that's where we're at on this page. I'm pretty excited about it. So what you'll see here, the format of this. Ooh, hang on a second. It seems like this isn't auto adjusting. So let's see if we've got this. There we go. The format of this show is basically like what you'll see down here is the section of script that I'm working on, because I'm working from a script and then I'm iterating and making it a reality. And right here is where you're going to see the art. So that's pretty much all you need to know. I think these streams are pretty fun, and I'll be doing them a lot as I'm working on creating this graphic novel, and hopefully it helps those of you who are out there working on art, like have somebody to keep you company while you're working. And for those of you who are like interested in doing graphic novels or cartooning, maybe this will give you some tips and some insights into the process. Okay, so I was really happy with how this page came out, and I just wanted to show you guys. I ended up, the one change from I think the last stream, other than just like I'll show you the layers, other than finishing these flats, I did end up going over it and reworking the rain that I had done in the pencil stage, because it just didn't make a lot of sense once I had seen it in color for the rain to work the way it was. And then we moved and kind of adjusted some of the special effects. And that's basically it for page 5. And now we're going to kind of get into the fun stuff of finishing up page 6. So page 6 has an overhead shot of Elizabeth Barrett's room. Oh, cool. Dee Dee with the super chat early on. thank you. Thanks for the $10. That's awesome. She said, looking good. Have a coffee. I appreciate it, and I do have some coffee that helps fund my coffee. That hopefully will will help me get through these pages. All right, so my goal on this stream is going to be to continue. Like I did a little bit of this work on Gary Hodges' stream. He does a live stream in the morning. Oh, and then Dee Dee also said to tell Mai her book was lovely. I will tell her that. I think she can hear me. She's in the kitchen right now, but I'll mention it to her when she's out if she didn't hear that. But yeah, I agree. Her art is awesome. My wife's very talented kids book illustrator. If you guys are curious, you can check out what she does. Gary said, "Speak of the devil." And then I don't know if you could hear her on mic, but Mai said, "Thank you, Dee Dee. That's cool." So anyhow, you guys should be checking out Gary's streams. He's going to be doing them on Saturday, and I'm going to try to show up to as many of them as I can. Partially selfishly because Gary's super fun to hang out with, and also selfishly because I love working on comics with other cartoonists. So it's a way to get work done without feeling like I'm working. So anyhow, make sure you guys check that out. That's where I started most of the pencils on the inside here of Elizabeth's room, and now we're basically there. Oh, and just to catch you guys up, since this is a page that we roughed out a while ago, I'll go ahead and do a read through of the script so we know what we're making here before we get into the drawing, just to get you guys in the zone and get myself in the headspace as well. So here's the script. Elizabeth Barrett, 40, petite, her pale face shrouded in dark, heavy ringlets, reclines on a sofa, covered in blankets. Her eyes are closed. She is so cold, she could be a corpse laid out for viewing. Her room is cozy, but crowded with a bed, a washstand, and shelves packed with books and busts of famous poets shut off from the world with heavy drapes. Caption. I saw, by the way, this is a poem by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And so this will hopefully get you in the vibe of this, because I feel like this page is going to be pretty awesome. Corey also said, I love the rhythm of this page. And thanks to Corey, actually. Originally, I was thinking of, I knew I wanted to have like an overhead shot. And Corey was the one who had really pushed me in the direction of sticking with the 3 bars. So initially I had it where you might have been seeing, like, rather than the, I don't even know how to phrase it, but rather than seeing Elizabeth with her head here and her feet here, you would have actually seen her head and feet. And Corey was the one who recommended turning it 90 degrees so you have a bar, and a bar, which I thought was just a genius idea. So I'm excited about it. Okay. Anyhow, let's get into Elizabeth's poem to get in the zone. All right, here we go. Butchered in audio by me. I don't know if I can do it justice, but let's read it. Okay. I saw in a gradual vision through my tears the sweet, sad years, the melancholy years, those of my own life who by turns had flung a shadow across me. Straightway I was ware. So weeping, how a mystic shape did move behind me and drew me backward by the hair, and a voice said in mastery while I strove, Guess now who holds thee. Death, I said, but there the silver answer rang, not death, but love. So that's, and then in the script it says Elizabeth's eyes open, which, by the way, what a rad intro to Elizabeth, because it's like, hey, here's a poem by Elizabeth, and then boom, like, I mean, we've seen, like, I think the way that Lavender structured this is great, because at the beginning we've seen her brother die, like page 1, like, and page 2. And then page 3, we're introduced to, like, the scene in the landscape. And then, like, by the 3rd or the 4th page of art, you're just, like, instantly sucked into, like, here's a poem to just show you how, like, rad Elizabeth Barrett Browning is. Not only that, it's a poem about Robert and also about her mourning. So it expresses like she's mourning her brother, Robert. It's foreshadowing Robert, and it's introducing Elizabeth as like a powerhouse. But you're also seeing like she's sick, she's grieving, and like you get a lot of information with a little, which is pretty cool. And I even threw in a little bottle of laudanum because she was definitely hooked on opium. So so um so yeah, so that's where we're at. Let's get into this and draw it, but I'm really excited just about I'm excited about this book. And I'm trying to kind of keep the excitement. Like if I can keep this pumped up excitement to like push it to the limit and make it good throughout this process, through all 200 whatever pages, it's going to be a really brilliant book. And then Dee Dee said, was this immediately after her brother dies? I think it's about a 2-year period, from what I gather. The dates are actually on the comic pages, but I think it's like within a 2-year period. Now, why it's really sad, but it's like, let me take off these headphones. I don't actually need them because I'm not talking to somebody on stream. So hang on. Okay, so I think that like part of what makes it so tragic, and we'll talk about this while I draw, because I just realized at this point, talk is cheap. I need to start drawing. And just to kind of explain what I'm doing with the drawings too, you're going to see basically I have underneath, I have the rough that we worked on. I have it at like about 50% opacity or whatever, just so that I can start finalizing the line art over it. And that's kind of what we're working on right now. But Corey said, I know almost nothing about these people. It's fun that good art can spark interest. Yeah, and honestly, I don't know as much as I should about them, and I'm learning through the process of doing this. But then it's also kind of awesome because like beyond just that, like they are like, like I would guess why somebody wouldn't know the Brownings would be mainly just like, for me, I didn't get super heavy into poetry. I mean, there's definite poets that I liked. When I was reading poetry, I was reading a lot more of the beats and like a lot more contemporary stuff. I was reading some stuff that was heavily influenced by like Robert. Like Robert was very experimental with his poetry, and so I remember when I got really into E. Cummings because I just thought he was hilarious and amazing, and the way he was like playing with language was really cool. And I remember him talking. I remember reading about E. Cummings, and he kept mentioning Robert, and like because Robert would do these like just really ambitious poems where he'd do like a prose like story in poem, but it would be like novels long, like just crazy ambitious writer who kind of pushed the medium. And I remember E. Cummings was really influenced by him. So anyhow, my point is, part of why I'm less familiar though with like the Brownings is like the fact that like my realm of reading in general has mostly been like novels and books. And like poetry was always something that I was interested in. And there's definitely like my favorite poet is Pablo Neruda. And I've definitely read a lot of his stuff, but other than like a few specific poets, I never really like had the time to like delve super deep into like the history of poetry. So I think if you're into poetry, you probably know the Brownings. Like if you're heavy into poetry, especially like Victorian poetry. But outside of that, like yeah, I don't know how common their story is, and that's one of the reasons I'm really excited about this, because I think even in Hollywood, the story that people have told about the Brownings is much more like they depict Elizabeth as like less than, or almost like the heroine, like the damsel in distress kind of scenario. And the thing I like about this story is it's a way for us to reframe the conversation and kind of highlight like what a just powerful and amazing person she was. Um, so anyhow, so that's kind of what I'm excited about. And then Corey said, other than Seuss and Silverstein, I have little experience with poetry. Hey, yeah, I was gonna say like Dr. Seuss and Shel Silverstein are incredible. And you know what's crazy? If you look into Silverstein, he's got like a crazy awesome biography. Like he did like folk music, and he did a ton of like poems for adults as well. He was like a kind of crazy awesome artist in his own right. Um, and then of course Corey also said, in Shakespeare, sort of. Yeah, Shakespeare's sonnets are pretty amazing. But yeah, to me this is a good opportunity for me to get to know the Brownings, because I didn't know all of the stuff that my sisters researched on it. And it's kind of fun to be breaking it down into a script. I mean, from a script into visuals, because obviously I read the script before and wanted to be in on the project because it's just such a cool story and it's very compelling. And these are really well-known figures, and the fact that it's like a story that hasn't been told, um, is just really compelling. And then it's a really well-crafted story. But the other thing that I love about the process of illustrating something is you really get to know the material. Like when you have to draw stuff, you really have to actually get very absorbed in like what's going on, because the second a name is mentioned, you have to, at least with a historical piece, unless you're taking total liberty with it, you have to kind of go through and like figure out like, well, now we're talking about like later on in the script, we're going to see probably on the next page, like her assistant Wilson, who's like her maid that she mentions in all of her letters. And like, dude, we have no reference of that person. So we have to invent them wholesale. But in order to find out we have no reference, you have to do all this research. And so my point is, I'm with you guys, because like I didn't know a ton about the Brownings, and I'm learning a lot as we go. And I think that's going to make these live streams really fun as well. What's weird to me is these little bubble backs here. Like the carpet has this kind of strange bubble pattern on it. Dee Dee asked, what made your sister decide on the Brownings? So my sister Lavender went to UCSB and studied classical literature, and I think she really focused on the Brownings, and that's when she started the script. I mean, I'd have to wait for her to kind of speak to it, like if we do an interview, or maybe I'll have her on stream to talk about it. But my understanding is part of it was driven by the fact that like when she was doing, I think, a research paper or something on Elizabeth and Robert, she stumbled upon like this giant collection of their letters, and they have one of the most documented love stories in history, where like everything is in the letters. But what was weird was, and it's of course like, so one of the reasons their story is so popular is like, so you had these two poets that are hugely influential in the world of poetry. In their lifetime, they're famous. And Elizabeth literally like left her family and her fortune to be with Robert. And not just that, like, you know, they basically also were known for their love. Like Elizabeth Barrett wrote, How Do I Love Thee? Let Me Count the Ways, and like a lot of poems like that. And a lot of those poems are specifically about Robert Browning. So they have this like very charming, like doomed romance story where it's like a Victorian classic, right? Where you have, kind of like a Pride and Prejudice, but in real life, right? Where it's like a person of lower station leaving everything to follow their dreams and love and then succeeding at it. Um, and so of course it's like an appealing story, but the I think the part that got my sister interested was like first she found some facts that are really interesting about Elizabeth's obsession with spiritualism. So and seances, which is like a super interesting topic. She found that nobody told the story. So that's interesting where you come upon like a gold mine that no one's told. Um she loves um the Brownings. As like my sister is way into poetry. Like her and actually my two sisters used to do like poetry readings to each other when I was growing up. Like they just were really into poetry. And then I think outside of that, I think it's mostly just uh, it's just such a good story, and I think the fact that nobody had told it drove her to like spend years researching it and poring over their letters and kind of drafting this tale. Um, and I think some of it was driven by a little bit of spite in the sense of like, if you watch The Barretts of Wimpole Street, which I watched really recently, and because of reading this script and having to read a little bit about the Brownings, I even when I was watching it, I was like, just like kind of shocked that while it has like the charm of an old black and white kind of corny movie, it just doesn't strike to be historically accurate at all. And again, it depicts like Elizabeth as this like kind of maiden in distress, which is not who she was. And also like distorts some things. Like her father was overbearing, but in the movie adaptations they always depict her father as if he was like this um villain holding his daughter hostage, and that wasn't the scenario at all either. So there were a lot of like historical inaccuracies that I think bothered my sister too, and she kind of felt like somebody needs to do um Elizabeth justice like in a story, because it's just kind of irritating, I think, to read these stories that just get it so off. So it's like if you, I guess, I know that's a long-winded thing, but imagine if you were like really obsessed with like Abraham Lincoln or something, and you came across like Lincoln's letters, which by the way, I know people who are, but let's say you came across like Lincoln's letters and you read about like Lincoln's depression and like his relationship with his wife and stuff like that, and then you watch a movie that's like supposedly about Lincoln, and then you hear people talk about Lincoln like with this perception of Lincoln, but like everything everyone's saying is like completely off. Um and then you have the ability to write a story that's correct. That's kind of the scenario. So I that's a long-winded answer, but that's my guess as to what drove her. And then just the fact that it's an inspiring story. But I'm guessing that's part of it. By the way, you're going to hear dogs in the background. I hope that's okay. They're kind of letting anyone who walks by know not to mess with us. And Dee Dee, I think there's that too. I think there's the appeal, like much like for me, illustrating one. There's the appeal of just delving into writing historical fiction. Is just it's such a challenge, but it's like, the idea of like trying to breathe life into stories um, that existed at one point in time, like realities that actually happened, and then trying to kind of almost like I don't know, like go back and like speak for the dead it's like a long tradition, but I feel like that has an allure, to it. But oddly enough, like again, that's all like me. Like I don't want to speak too much for my sister, but that's what I would guess. I'll be right back. Okay, unfortunately, we're just going to be hearing some of that barking because there are neighbors like walking by. Gary was like, "Those dogs," and Dee Dee was like, "The dogs battling for territory." So they're all looking out the window at the neighbors. Okay, so I think the neighbors have passed, so we might have some quiet with the craziness of the dogs. They're extra on edge because their mom and my wife and her sister just left to kind of go to the stores for a little bit. I think they have like some grocery shopping or something to do, and so they're like extra on edge. They're doing their job, guarding the house. Um, you know, and yeah, they're battling in an epic battle. Dee Dee said, "I think your art style will be perfect for this story." Thank you, Dee Dee. That's cool. I hope so. Like I think there's a specific style I'm kind of adopting for this because I feel like it'll fit really well. Um, and like the nice thing about the script, and I think this is like coming from the standpoint of somebody who like I was talking to Gary about this too on his stream, but it's like much like Gary, I'm a person who when I work on comics, I tend to like to work alone. I like to work on my own projects where I have full control over the process. And I've written the story, I've done everything. And it's kind of a weird, I just realized too, this territory here, I need to look at the roughs, but I might have misrepresented that part of it. Let me see if I can find my roughs here. Okay, good. Okay. I just remembered that at this top corner of the room, there's a curtain that we kind of established when we drew the layout. But luckily, we ended up kind of pulling in closer in the room to where you're not going to see that. You're not really going to see that that curtain that's at the top that's covering like her bed frame. So luckily, we are still in good territory, but I wanted to double check that. So anyhow, much like Gary, I really tend to not like working on collaborative projects when it comes to comics. I do plenty of like team-based projects and stuff at my day job. Philip just hopped in and said, "I just hopped in. I didn't expect to see you this early today." Yeah, I'm gonna be probably streaming like a lot of the day because that's just the reality. Oh, Philip too. I don't think I'm guessing I would have your before I go and have like my publisher call that comic shop. I'd clarify with with your brother that they weren't just saying that it was for pre-order. Like it may not have been available that day. So anyhow, for Jacobs, if you were looking for that, maybe see if your brother maybe because from your email it sounds like it was more of like a scenario of like he might have thought it was already available, and it doesn't come out till June. So it's more just trying to make sure the store orders it for that time. But if they do have trouble getting that order, set, then let me know. But anyhow, I also appreciate you following up with that. Anyhow, so back to it. Part of the appeal of doing your own story and stuff is just like I love the freedom of comics and the fact that you can be everything. But for me, like, part of what's interesting and cool about this collaboration process is the fact that, for one thing, I would not do this with most people. I just happened to have a sibling who had written a brilliant script that I can't see not succeeding. It's just really good. It's intriguing. It's a story that needs to be published and told. And so I already felt that way about it. So the nice thing about being in on this collaboration is like, uh, unlike my own stories where I write it, in this case, since I didn't write it, this is my story to completely destroy if I don't get it right, because it's already a good script. So that's kind of a nice, it's like a good problem to have, like where it's like, hey, I got to really rock the art here, because if the art sucks, and that's like the last thing I want to do is read a review about how good the writing was and how terrible the art is. Um, which if I blow it, that's what we'll get. We'll get book reviews that are like, man, if they had had this in the hands of a different artist. So that's where I'm at, is like I want to honor the story with art that's unique and different and kind of feels Victorian and feels like the Brownings. Um, and then Philip said, "Oh, that could have been the problem. I'll talk to him. See, yeah, just let me know." So anyhow, how are you guys doing today? I feel like I've rambled enough about the Brownings thing. It's funny too, because I'm like really pumped on it. I sort of realized today with my wife, and maybe you guys have this too, but I was like telling her like, I don't really feel like working, um, and to be honest, there was a part of me that's like, I don't know if I want to do comics all day, but then, um, like I need to start adjusting the way I'm communicating that, because at the end of the day, no, I like really want to do comics today. Like that's what I want to do more than anything. Um, and I'm so into this plot, like I'm into the story. Much like, Corey was saying about like the Brownings and stuff too. I don't know the full story. I read the full script, but it's like it's different even with your own writing. It's different when you go from like reading the script, like, and reading it once over and maybe editing it when it's at a point where it's all text. um that's a much different process than like when it starts being iterated into visual. And again, it's like when it gets to that visual part where, for me as a cartoonist, I feel like that's when the story really starts becoming solid, like it ends up having some legs. And so, going through this process, like I'm really enjoying it. um and then Dee Dee was saying, make sure you take time for family in the next year of drawing this. Yeah, of course, family is always going to come first. And I, amid all the chaos, I still make sure that every single night I read with my son, because that's just a non-negotiable. I think I maybe have missed like 2 nights in the last year, but in general, I tend to prioritize that above anything, because that also has to do with development too. But it's just important to have that time where you're sitting down and kind of spending time with your family. But I will say, man, everything is going to be a little bit sacrificed this year just to make this happen. Pretty much any free moment I have, I'm working on this. But a lot of that just means I had some recommendations for TV shows today that I'm not going to really be able to see, But anyhow, um, but like I think at the end of the day, if you want to do comics, like that's kind of where you want to be. Um, you want to be in a scenario where you are just too busy. I feel like that is comics. Like if you're starting to get book deals, um, you're going to need to make some books. And if you're going to need to make some books, then that means you're going to need time to make those books. It's not a bad problem to have, if you like making books. And that's the thing I was getting at, is like I sometimes get like or sound wrong about it. Like where I'll say like, "Oh, I got to go work on comics," and there is a part of me that feels that way, but there's also the part of me that absolutely loves this and wouldn't have it any other way. Oh my gosh, my computer's lagging, and that's not good when you're dealing with brushes. Oh my gosh. Like my hand's here and the mouse is moving. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if I can save out. Might just have to close this out, reopen it. Okay. But yeah, I think I guess what I'm getting at is like I've been surprised by how much like I mean Gary and I were talking about it a little bit today, but how much I don't know if there's anything else I'd rather be doing. Um, you know, because it's a fun thing to do. And it's time consuming and it's work and stuff, but it's like this is my car in the garage or whatever, like everybody's got their kind of passions, but I would rather be making comics than most other things. Although I will say, those occasional days of rest and stuff are good too. But I think I need to consciously maybe let me know if you guys understand what I'm saying in the chats. But to me, it's more of just like consciously being more aware of the way that my language is communicating sometimes not true things. Like if I say I don't want to do this, that's not true. I clearly want to do it. That's what I'm doing, So. And then Dee Dee was saying, yeah, nothing like being able to work on your passion. Yeah, I agree. So we might have an uptick in dogs barking shortly. You guys missed the dogs like losing their minds because the neighbors were walking by. They were guarding the fortress. Well, that's lovely to know.
Oh, you look so proud of it. No, see, I let him out. That's frustration.
Got crazy dogs, you guys.
He's old. I followed him with a hawk and made him put some. I bet you he just associates the kitchen as a poop area. Well, yeah, obviously he does. It's just frustrating. He's just old. He's just old. I get frustrated. Old dog set in his ways. It's there. At least we have bleach.
So one of our dogs just pooped, and apparently you guys have all heard the whole thing that happened there. A little window into the world. Gary just said that was my thing today with clarifying my thoughts on creatives. I'm fine being rejected and criticized or taking heat for my earnestly held passions, but I don't want to be misunderstood. Yeah, I think that's really a very good point. Or your earnestly held positions, but I don't want to be misunderstood. Yeah, exactly. And I'm aiming to just kind of have like a more honest dialogue with myself and just sort of embrace the things that I enjoy as opposed to just kind of pretending that there's this like terrible labor. Because it is labor, but it's not terrible labor, like the difference, there's just differences between like I know people who really sincerely enjoy gardening, right? And oh man, I can't believe I'm going to do a cheesy garden analogy, but I guess it would be comparable to like what I'm trying to get at. So if you like really are passionate about gardening and you're going to go work in the garden or whatever, for people who that's like their thing, it's like, yeah, it's work and it's labor. And, there might be days where they don't feel up to it, but at the end of the day, like they like working in a garden. So, it's like kind of like nice to work in a garden. That's what I'm getting at. Like I'm trying to kind of get back into that, more into that mind frame of being like, remembering that I actually enjoy the work. That's like why I'm doing it. Gary was saying, I think how you talk about things does matter, just a mindfulness exercise. I think about it when I hear people complain about their spouses. I find that a little self-toxic. I agree. I I don't think I think complaining about I agree 100%. I think if you get a negative view of anything and you feed that negativity, then you become negative. It's just the way it works. And like with comics, I definitely have caught myself there where I've like sometimes been like, oh, what is this? But it's like, no, this is the thing I want to do. It's going to be a good thing. So, yeah. Dee Dee says complaining a lot about anything is toxic. Yes, I agree. Although, to be fair, there's also times where complaint is completely justified and healthy, So, I wouldn't say in the case of like a lot of the examples we mentioned already, but I think I don't know, like if you order a product or something and the product sucks, maybe complaining about it isn't the worst thing because you're as long as you're trying to keep a solution, and you're open to like even the product example I was mentioning, if you're open to solutions and open to mistakes being rectified or whatever, then complaint has a function. But yeah, I agree with Dee Dee about like if you're doing too much on the end of complaining, then you might be missing out on kind of the joy of especially for me, I've found that with comics where I realize like I think sometimes I'm complaining about a process that I love and I need to kind of pull back from that. So that's my very long-winded way of saying that. I have to disappear for a second. You may hate this panel because of these things. So
I was just going to say that is so repulsive to me.
Don't worry, it'll tone back. But don't look, just look away. So my wife doesn't like circular things. I think when I was doing the roughs too, I was mentioning that. I was like, oh man, her rug. And historically that is her rug, but that's gonna drive my wife nuts. But unfortunately that's what her rug looked like. So we know the Brownings didn't have that thing. Yeah. Anyhow, I'll be right back. If you guys have a fear of like circles in large quantities, I apologize for what's on the screen. I'm going to disappear for about 2 seconds. I'm not going to play the trailer yet because this is just me disappearing for like 2 seconds. All right, we're getting there though. So I don't know if you guys ever have this with like just noticing that like for me there's a point where like my brain starts not engaging. That's usually the time where I like, even if I'm like I just have to like step out and vape for 2 seconds or whatever, just to get my brain back in the flow of things, because otherwise it's like missed work where I'm not in it. And if you're not in it, and that's a good thing to know.
You can see. I think they probably have.
Like, for instance,
They don't have a combination effect.
when I used to critique like students in illustration at I used to teach at like LCAD. And one of the critiques that always mystified the students, like they thought I was like psychic or something. There was even a rumor about it. Like a couple of the students actually thought that I had some kind of like secret intel or something. Was like I'd look at their drawing and just be like, you didn't care about this at this point, like right here. And I'd point on their drawing. I'd be like, you lost interest in what you were doing. And they're like, what are you talking about? And like, eventually they'd just be like, yeah, you're right. I kind of like, I got to this one spot and I just didn't want to draw that foot, or I just didn't want to draw that like thing in the background. I was just thought no one would notice. That was a real common thing. And I think half the trick with illustration is like, you have to care. You have to, with cartooning too, it's like you have to care and you have to be interested in what you're doing. If you lose interest, and this is what I would tell my students, and I'm sure you guys have seen this too. Like Gary used to art direct. Dee Dee's an extremely seasoned artist. It's like, I think when you've been at this for a while, it's like you definitely know like that point for yourself and for other people where it's like half the trick is just like you have to be excited about it. It makes me think of like this guy I knew in Portland, and you guys should check out his work, Theo Ellsworth, and he is an incredible cartoonist. He did a comic called Capacity that I recommend everyone own. It's one of the it's like it's just one of the best comics you can have, and it's like totally different than any other comic I've ever seen. Like he's got this just very unique style. It's very doodly and obsessive the way that it's executed. Like if you just Google him really quick, you'll see his style is like this very like, it's like a naive, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like just this obsessive, naive style. And I love it. I love it. I think he's one of the best cartoonists out there. And I was stoked because he actually gave me a quote for Jacob's apartment that hopefully will appear on the back of the book. I'm not sure yet. I haven't seen the final book back, but we're using it in marketing and stuff. But anyhow, the thing that makes his work it's not the most technically proficient stuff. It's not technically unproficient, but the thing that makes his artwork more than anything is just his sheer commitment and obsession with what he's drawing. And like when you look at his stuff, you can tell he's like in it. Like he's in it. He's in the zone, like just drawing and enjoying it. And you can pull off a lot of different styles, like just by having that commitment. But anyhow, that's a very long-winded way of me saying that, like, if I catch myself even in drawing these little circles that I have to fill the floor with, if I start losing interest, you're going to lose interest. That's my thinking on it. So I don't know if you guys kind of share that, but I feel like, Gary said, I step away when I feel like I'm rushing things to get things done, for sure. And so for me, especially if it's something meticulous, and I know Gary's a stickler about this kind of stuff too, but it's like those little details, man. Like the fact that somebody went in there and drew every single little nodule thing on the rug, like that's gonna translate. But it just takes patience and it takes like care, and I think it'll show in the end product. Joelle Jones is the master of maintaining interest in meticulous patterns and details. Dude, I agree. Her costume art is to be envied by many. It's pretty incredible stuff. So I might have to add a pattern to the blanket that's over her too. I want to kind of take a look at it once I have the rug filled out. but it's like I think that the blanket had like a kind of pattern to it on the reference drawing from like her friend's sketchbook. So we'll see if that ends up being there. But I will say, yeah, Joelle Jones I think blows most cartoonists out of the water. Don't mention her though, Corey, when I'm working on historical fiction, because I'll just want to quit. She's too good. But no, I admire her. I'm just being goofy by saying that. Let's see here. Yeah, Gary said it almost seems like her true love is drawing clothes and spaces, and it shows. Yeah, I agree. It's like there's a love there that I think shows. And again, I think it's just like it's not that hard. You just want to make sure you're in it while you're drawing. It doesn't mean everything you draw has to be perfect, but I think the second you get to the point where you're saying, no one will notice or no one cares, or like you have that gut feeling that's telling you one thing and you're disregarding your artist feeling. Your gut is going to tell you a lot as an artist, and like that's one of the downsides of like a more rote style of education. And I bet Corey could go off on this for like 10 hours because I know Corey's not a big fan of like rote learning. It has its place, but it's like one of the tough things about like a step 1, step 2, step 3, you do all the steps and then you get your grade, that's ranked from like 1 to 5 or whatever, or A to F. One of the downsides of that is like it doesn't allow for some of the more, especially in the liberal arts, it like in the humanities, the beauty of the humanities, it's like I'm going to go on a tangent here, but the beauty of the humanities is that there is like this mystical part to it that can't be broken down. Like things like when you're writing, you could write something formally perfectly. Like you could write a perfect sentence that is also the most boring sentence on the planet. But structurally, everything is correct. You could make an art piece that is just proficient and perfect and useless. and like that's the thing about art in the humanities that's so cool. There's like this unspoken thing and we can try to quantify it, but I think like it's a hard thing to tell a student, something abstract, like you just need to stay in it and feel it while you're doing it. But I think everyone knows what that means. It's just like if I had to break it down into like a mathematical equation or something quantifiable, it would be really hard. Corey said, this is regarding Joelle Jones. He said, she is intimidating. I want to be like her when I grow up. Yeah, I think they're just heavy hitters in art, man. And she is a force to be reckoned with in art. Let's see here. And then Gary said, I think about her a lot as I've been drawing these 70s fashions. Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible stuff, But I mean, like, how do you say that to somebody where it's like, I honestly think, this is going to be even weirder, but it's like, I think if somebody were drawing stick figures, like they didn't have any drawing skills at all, but they put a lot of passion into what they're doing and they like really, really meant it. I have a feeling that they might make better art than a lot of people who can draw really proficiently, who could care less about what they're doing. Maybe that's a naive idea, but I do really, it's funny because I'm like, I've talked on this show about being like a skeptic and stuff like that, but I do think there is a place for like feeling and emotion and the whole artsy thing, like it is true. It is true. I think when you're writing a story, you have to stay in it. And like, what does in it mean? I mean, I think it just means focused and intent, and like your imagination's moving, and you're feeling like there's meaning. Like, I think that feeling, like, that's the beauty of the humanities. We translate feelings into realities. It's like one of the core things about the humanities. It's also one of the reasons why, like, a lot of people who've taken too many philosophy classes get really, like, the wrong message from it. Philosophy is like, there's a science to it, but it's like, it's not. It's dealing with abstractions, and it's trying to use like some solid language to sort of put abstractions into quantifiable, communicatable language, and that practice on its own becomes absurd. But also, what's even worse is when you meet like a young philosophy student or something who thinks that the three concepts they learned in philosophy or whatever are indicative of all of reality, when like half the point of philosophy is for you as an individual who's going through an experience that to an extent is like, it's somewhat shared. Like, we have some shared experiences, but most provable experience for a person is going to be an internal thing. And so for somebody to take like these concepts that are meant to be like internal exploration that can then become like an external discussion, and then start kind of setting those down in stone as if they're like sort of set premises that are immovable, that can become problematic. I don't know where I'm going with this, but if anyone wants the best of Jones, go read Lady Killer. Yeah, and actually check out, I think that was on Corey's channel. I don't know. It's on one of our channels. But if you check out the Indie Review Show, the old episodes when Corey and I were doing that, Corey did a really good breakdown of that book, Lady Killer. And if you watch that, like, and you don't want to pick up that book, I don't know what to say. But to me, it's, I don't know. I think that's one of the fun things about art, is that strange, mystical, like, that's one of the fun things about poetry. Even this line that we started this thing with. And by the way, I can change the subject if this is boring to you guys. But oh, nice. Dee Dee said, just looked up Jones. The style reminds me of Loomis. And then Corey said, I'm certain Loomis is an inspiration. Yeah, so like part of the fun of poetry, is like there's poetry that's like technically proficient. There's definitely like poetry that follows meters and different rules. And then there's poetry that's just beautiful, and it's hard to quantify why it gives you a specific feeling. It's one of the reasons I love like Pablo Neruda, is there's like a sense of formalism, but there's also like magical realism to his poetry where it's hard to even explain why it's so pretty. It just is. It's just really, there's a fluid kind of tempo to it and a feeling it gives you, that's hard to kind of boil down. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about art that I think, as illustrators, especially in commercial artists, it's easy to get into the formal, because that's what we have to learn. You learn the formal, you learn the basics so that you have the language to kind of create the poetry with or whatever. But I do think, like, even as a cartoonist, like we have the chance here, guys, to make some art. Oh no, cough. Ayn Rand coughed. Oh no, don't get me on an anti-Ayn Rand rant. That'll take a long time. But we're at the hour mark, so if I do end up doing an anti-Ayn Rand thing, it'll be coming up soon. Thanks to everybody who's hanging out, and I'm gonna basically play a quick. Sometimes I let the chat pick which they want to watch. Sometimes I will pick, and in this case, I think I'm gonna just go ahead and pick which trailer we're gonna watch. So since we're kind of like at our first hour mark, we're gonna watch the trailer for Jacob's apartment while I take my coffee refill and vape break. And then when I come back, we're gonna take this page. I'm guessing we're gonna have to add some detail to the to like the comforter that's like over her. I'm guessing that might be something, and then after that we're going to tone and shade it, and then I'm hoping on this stream that we're going to get into flat coloring it, which oddly enough is going to take a lot less time than the last page that was that crazy city scene. So I hope you guys are enjoying this so far, and I'm going to throw on that trailer, and I will see you guys when I get back. And I hope you guys are having a fun creative day as well. Let me know in the chats. All right, here we go. Did that work? Why isn't that working? Oh, I had the wrong thing pulled up. Hang on a second. And let's try it again. Boom. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen. Walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. We're back. Hopefully that got you guys pumped about Jacobs. I know the trailer says it's May. That's coming out in June, on June 7th, so almost May. But because of the paper shortage, I think they ended up having to push the release to June 7th. Let's see here. Dee Dee was saying, did that show up? I guess she was typing something that went over the text limit. And she said, speaking of comics, I just watched Cartoonist Kayfabe, an interview with Rob Liefeld on Alan Moore. I'm pretty sure a normie, but love bios and history of I'm pretty much a normie, but love bios and the history of everything, of anything. Yeah, me too. I think history and biography is just awesome. And I don't know, like I have to admit, this being like my, I love working in auto bio, but this is my first historical, like foray into historical stuff, and I'm really excited about it. So, I was about to get into like shading her hair, and first we're gonna get into Liefeld on Moore is a sentence I don't encounter often. His history with Alan Moore was what Dee Dee clarified, and that was Gary saying that. I would love to hear that. I have to admit, I'm gonna check that out probably. Maybe the next time I have to do off stream work. But I mean that sounds just entertaining as hell. I have to admit my opinion of Rob Liefeld has changed in the last few. I'm gonna try to find the I've talked about this on stream a bit, but I used to clown on Liefeld a lot for justifiable reasons. I mean, he's notorious for hiding hands and all sorts of things like that. But as I got older, there's a few things that changed my opinion of Liefeld. I don't think, I'm not going to be hanging up like Rob Liefeld art on my walls anytime soon. I don't think that's all that hot of a take among the art community. But I will say there's a few things that like dawned on me. Like one was Liefeld was like a teenager when he got gigantic in comics. And to be honest, like if I just compare age ranges and drawing skills, I was like nowhere near where Liefeld was when he exploded, on the scene. And so that alone makes me like a little less judgmental because I mean, yeah, like if as a teenager you got to be, I'm trying to remember if he was in his teens or like early 20s when Image started, but it's like I know it's pretty young. So this is a young guy who like was holding his own, with this weird style that again, like I mean, it's bad anatomy and all sorts of other stuff that is easy to make fun of. But I just judge it a lot less because I'm like, so that was one thing that started changing my opinion of him. The other is, and I don't know if this is the case, but it's like he also doesn't seem like a dick. Like he seems like a nice guy who's willing to kind of take pot shots at himself. And to me, I think that's like a very cool William Shatner style approach to things, where it's like I think part of what made Shatner's career kind of hold up a little bit was the fact that like the guy was willing to kind of poke fun of his previous work and like kind of willing to take a joke and willing to understand and be a little objective about their own failings and stuff and like why people were kind of clowning on them. So to me, those are like the two things that kind of shifted my opinion of Liefeld but the main one is just the fact that like, yeah, like, I don't know, I'd love to see anyone's portfolio at like 17 match what he was doing, because I think that's when he started professionally working for like Marvel. Dee said it was only about 30 minutes. All those Image guys were so young. Yeah, but like that's the thing to remember about Liefeld. I think he was like the youngest of the crew. And so, it's like, I don't know. Here's another thing. If I were that young and then my style exploded and everybody was trying to be who I was and like the whole face of comics started changing of people like trying to mimic what my art looked like, I think that would go to my head. And especially as a young man, it's like as a kid I did so many stupid things. As a young man, I said a lot of stupid things. I held a lot of stupid ideas that have since like changed. So I don't know. I mean, the maturity to be able to actually like run a business and kind of create a mark in the comics industry. I'm not going to defend Liefeld too much. I think that, like the guy clearly can't draw chests and stuff like that. But I'm like, if you held all the X-Force, the worst, like go through and find like the worst panels of X-Force, and if you compared that to my 17-year-old portfolio, you know, yeah, I mean, there was one of us making comics that would make like a junior high kid be like, yes, this is awesome. And then there was me. So that's kind of my defense of Liefeld. I think there was a bit of luck involved. He was in the right place at the right time and he knew the right people. That was Philip. Yeah, 100% was luck. But I guess what I'm getting at is like, you know, even with luck there, first off, like he was smart enough to play his luck well. And that's a hard thing to do. And again, like just, you know, like what was I doing at 17? I was like trying to play rock and roll and I was playing music that was pretty, you know, like the music I was making at that time wasn't good. You know, like it wasn't bad. It just wasn't like anything to write home about. You know, there's a lot of, I guess what I'm saying is like just thinking about him as a human, I'm a little more forgiving, even though I will still poke fun at the you know, the chest of like Cable's impossible chest, and the pockets and all of that stuff. I'm wondering if that's too much to have the pattern. It's kind of this weird, very like almost like mid-century modern kind of weird pattern. So anyhow, there we go. That's yeah, it makes the text a little harder. Like I don't mind the pattern behind because that's going to tone back like the weird dot pattern. I'm more just thinking about the pattern on her thing because yeah, we're going to tone that back. I should show the thumbnail so we can kind of know what direction we're heading here. So if you look at the thumbnail, I have it really muted back, but most of that's going to be in grays. So it's going to tone back those dots. Yeah, once we start adding tone, I think that's going to help. Yeah, 100%. Gary was just saying that too. Yeah, the tone, this is not going to be like a straight black and white page. Much like the eyes up top, like that's the treatment that's going to come across here. The thing I was wondering about being too much is more like I'm wondering about whether I think to be accurate, I think I should have her blanket look as accurate to what it is. It's just a weird, it's a very strange pattern, but I think that might have to happen. And then we'll just tone back the blanket as well. Okay. Whew. Man, trying to get those initial black and white areas though. But that's a very good point, Dee Dee. Like, especially if I was just doing straight black and white, that would be a problem. I would expect everybody to have like a heart attack or something from looking at the page. Just because of all the chaos. So anyhow, yeah, I gotta kind of feel a little bit defensive of Liefeld. Not that I defend him in a court or anything like that, but it's just like, you know, I don't know. I think if we're all honest with ourselves and think about what we were doing at 17, you know, and then you have like Levi's come to you with like $1 million and they're like, hey, will you be in our like cool Levi's commercial for your comic books? Like, I don't know, dude. I probably would have sold out worse than Rob Liefeld at that point. That's all I'm saying, you know. Yeah. That being said, he also doesn't strike me as like the type of guy I would have hung out with, like, you know, in high school or anything like that. Like, he seems like a this might be a bad read, but he seems like more of a frat guy type dude. So yeah, but that being said, like what did I offer the world, Similarly, like how many comics have I made? Like that guy's probably drawn more comic pages than I will by the time I'm dead, so I don't know. Okay, I gotta step out for like 2 seconds again because this pattern nonsense is starting to irritate my eyes, and I know I have to draw the rest of it. So give me like 2 or 3 seconds, and then we'll get back into this. And I'm excited about adding color now because I'm like it really needs it. There's so much detail, and I'm excited to kind of get that rolling too. I'll be right back. Not to step out too often, but I don't want to. Again, I got to stay in the zone. How are you guys doing, by the way? Just let me know in the chats what you guys are all working on. I'm curious. I'm assuming Gary's finishing page 9. I'm guessing. And I would guess, I think I saw Jake in the chats. Jake, are you still rocking bone meal? Dee Dee, I'm curious what you're working on too. Let me know. So Dee Dee was saying the most interesting part was how Liefeld talked about his history with Moore. Yeah. I think just Alan Moore in general is like a fascinating topic. I've seen some talks with him. One of the most interesting ones that I saw on YouTube once was him talking about Rorschach and how he had kind of based Rorschach on kind of like he was meaning to do it as like a diss on Steve Ditko a little bit, like not so much as a diss, but just a commentary on Steve Ditko's like sort of later work. And so if you're ever bored, you should just Google Alan Moore on Steve Ditko, because he was sort of making fun of. Actually, it does tie into that Randy and stuff, but it's like he was making fun of the whole purpose of Rorschach as a character was to sort of exemplify like the idea of this like strangely all too black and white morality where if you had a superhero who was like so obsessed with like defending the law that they literally like murder somebody over a parking ticket, that was sort of the premise behind it from his talk. But it was so interesting to hear him, and yet he's also a guy who like you can visibly see the toll that that comics take on a human. I forget. I think it was like it might have been Mike Emirates or somebody on Facebook, one of our cartoonist friends, posted like this meme that was talking about these different people and like kind of before and after pictures. And it was like all these different entertainment fields, and you see the after picture and it's like these people who've just destroyed their lives, like become drug addled and crazy, and the cartoonist picture kind of stays the same in the before and after. And I was saying it's a funny meme, but it would be a lot more accurate if like the before was like a young Alan Moore and then the after was like current Alan Moore for like the impacts of comics. Cause yeah, dude's got some interesting stuff going. But you also like, I don't know, it's like, can you judge? Oh man, this will be interesting as a topic. Do we want to get into the topic of genius? I want to hear in the chats, do you guys believe in the existence of genius? Like, are there people out there that are just beyond, like they're running on a different level. Because I have two answers to it. I'm curious what you guys think on the genius question. And Gary answered with a yes. Dee Dee said, unless I'm working on commissions, I'm always working on ideas for my streams to encourage and inspire others. Ah, well, that's awesome. Gary was saying, I do believe that. Frank heard the word genius and thought he was summoned. That is wonderful. Hi, Frank. How you doing, buddy? Salazar Art Nation, you guys should check it out. Make sure you're following it on YouTube. It's a fun show, and Frank is our mod in the chats, so definitely a guy worth checking out. Dee Dee said, well, there must be genius because we see it. Yeah, I think there is genius. I think that my two answers are this. I think that there's clear geniuses. I think there are some people who are just like in tune with something. Philip said, yeah, I think so. I'm definitely not one of them. Yeah. Gary was saying it stands to reason. There's a range of heights, body types, the ways we're configured. There are different brains and thus different abilities. 100%. So I really subscribe to the idea of genius. I think there are some people who are just flat out geniuses. Trying to think. I have a friend who I would call a genius. He is pretty high up at Facebook, like very high up at Facebook. And he's a guy who just can creatively do analytics. And it's like just even talking to him. And he's a literal genius, like on a, like when we were in high school together, he was the guy who like his IQ tests were just like off the charts. Like he was just a genius. So like on paper, like, he was a measurable genius. And I will tell you, if you hear the guy talk, like he is like, he's got that mark of like genius. He's just able to comprehend ideas and mathematical concepts and creative concepts and like all sorts of concepts, like on a range level where like he can set to my range, which is like a notch lower than his, to have a conversation with me. But if he ever like we're talking to somebody from like Oxford, he can like rank up to like wherever they're at and hold a competent discussion. But anyhow, so that's one guy I'd say I know who's a genius. Another would be I'm sincerely convinced, and this is going to be overhyping him, and he'll probably hate it that I mentioned this, but I think David Chelsea, who we've had on Artcasters, I think is a genius. This is a guy who has an understanding of perspective, I think, beyond anyone living, and that's kind of. That's a lot to say, I got the dogs going again, guys. They just want you to know someone's here. I'm going to mute for a second. So anyhow, considering that he's a nice guy and stuff, I would actually flat out say David's probably a genius. Like on an art level. So those are like some people I know in my life that I'd actually consider that. However, so I said I had two answers, right? One is I do believe there is genius. Maybe genius in areas, Dee Dee was saying. Yeah, that's true. Dee Dee said, like, you hear about Einsteins that can't remember to tie their shoes, etc. Yeah, totally. I think Einstein did have that problem, from what I remember, because yeah, he was kind of like had Asperger's or whatever, which at the time was called Asperger's, but I think now is just like high functioning autism. And I agree with that. I think in areas, right, like but I do believe there's an existence of genius. Just here's the catch. I think if I were teaching again, I would want to downplay that a bit. Like, I'd want to teach people about some of the geniuses that existed in art, but I would want to demystify their power and their brilliance so that people wouldn't feel like art is unattainable or it's on some elite perch that you can't learn how to do without genius. Because I think that can be really damaging. And so it's like, that's kind of the weird crux of like how I would try to approach the topic of genius. Like, I do think there are geniuses. I think the genius cop out is BS. Like Chris Ware would be a guy to me, no doubt, would be just like, I don't think there's a cartoonist alive capable of what he's doing. But if I were to just look at Chris Ware and be like, well, he's a genius, he's just separate, then I wouldn't be able to pull anything from what he's doing for my own art, right? Like, I wouldn't learn anything from it. I wouldn't be able to kind of look to the genius and like be able to improve my own work based on that. So that's kind of the two prongs of genius, the way I look at it. I think if we're in a world that doesn't acknowledge that there is genius, that can be a problem. But I think if we're in a world that like puts genius on a pedestal that's like unattainable and kind of makes it more mystical than it is, that can be a problem, you know. Dee Dee was saying Tesla, that guy had some crazy ideas, and sadly, others had better connections in the electrical field, no pun intended, that passed him up. But reading about his ideas, he was a genius. Yeah, for sure. And then there's that too. There's a lot of geniuses throughout history that, you know, like their brilliance didn't translate to money. You know, there's financial geniuses that probably couldn't like pass an IQ test, you know, but there's yeah, I agree with that too.
Well, not
Sometimes
destitute, but
there's a focus that might account for a lot of genius. Yeah, I think so. I think a focus and a stubbornness. But I also do think, like I said, I've known two people in my life that I would just flat out call genius. One of them is like, actually both of them, it's sheer persistence. But it's also a capacity. Like, they do have like I said, the friend of mine who straight up tested as a genius, like, that guy is, it's just, you meet him and you're like, oh, he's just like like most people who know him are aware like how brilliant he is. And he's really stupid in other areas, you know. Like, it's like, it's not like he's like he might be on that realm of like not being able to tie his shoes kind of thing, but when it comes to like really high crazy concepts, like, he's unusually capable of digesting them, you know.
how about I brush your teeth?
I do find we tend to apply the genius label to only certain types of excellence. Like, I watched a guy dig a hole and plant a tree once, and I was impressed how skillful and perfectly done it was. But we don't call that genius. We draw a horse right genius. Yeah, I agree. And you're right. Quite often, it's not the it's not often the laborers, it's always the planners, you know, which is like a mix because, you know, I don't know, if you know somebody who's really incredible at what they do, it's like, even if like what they're doing is like plumbing, you know, it's like if you've ever, I always bring up plumbers on these. But it's like if you ever have plumbing issues in your house and you have a good plumber come by and fix it, it's like it's incredible. It's like a magical, very cool experience to deal with like a person with a trade that is incredibly good at what they do. Um, like when I think of genius, I think of things like at least in art, you know, I think of somebody like a Chris Ware who like just the amount they're able to accomplish in their lifetime is like it just far exceeds anything anyone can do, you know. Let's see here. We're getting there, guys. I feel like to get through this blanket though, I'm gonna have to disappear for like 2 seconds a few times because it's starting to frustrate me. And I need to finish this crazy weird pattern that for some reason Elizabeth Barrett Browning, either her friend on the sketch of her was like, I'm going to do this weird doodly pattern. Or she was like, I'm going to buy this weird doodly pattern blanket that doesn't have any rhyme or reason to it, but is time consuming to doodle. So, regardless, I'm starting to lose my interest in it and I don't want to switch focus. So I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds. Oh, Dee Dee said, I bought Chris Ware's huge monograph book. Amazing. I will try to, maybe I can bring that by and show it. I have that book too. Yeah, it's cool when you see his 3D stuff. And also I think, a lot of people aren't really aware of like the range he has as an artist. Like all you have to do is pick up one of his sketchbooks and you're like, this guy's a genius, which are published. You can check them out. All right. We're going to get through this though. We're going to get through this and get to the fun part. Ooh, that's a good question. Corey, if you're still in chat, Gary, Frank, all of you guys, Dee Dee, when you guys are doing here, while I'm interested in still talking, I will power through this blanket. Maybe I can power through a little longer before I have to take another little vaping to keep my focus break. Do you guys find that like doing this work, the thing I'm doing now, where I'm just basically going over it and doing linear lines, I'm doing the contours and stuff. To me, that's the most labor intensive part of art. The shading, the coloring, the window dressing, all of that's fun, and fairly easy and like pretty intuitive. It's the part where you're doing all the structural stuff where like, you know, just your head's like, ugh. I don't know. For me, I don't know if you guys have that, but to me, I always view like a good example. When I was doing life painting and we would oil paint from a model, the hardest part was the drawing part. Like you draw, and it's also one of the funnest parts, right? Because it's really engaging and you're using your analytical brain to like look at a person in front of you and like kind of accurately like measure it out and draw them. Like the most like mentally taxing time. But then when you get to like the painting and the color, even though you're doing like at the time, you know, I do color comparison and stuff. So you're constantly looking at color, you're using your analytical mind, but there's something kind of fun about it because the lines and the structure are already there, and at most you're just kind of revising and improving the structure. I think that's one of the reasons, like, I mean, this part I can kind of talk and work with, but that's one of the reasons why, like, a lot of the drawing stuff I just don't want to stream while I'm doing it, because it's just like my brain has to be 100% with it. Whereas even this is a little bit more of that window dressing part. But anyhow, I don't know if you guys have that too. For me, like the coloring, the inking, the whatever it is that's over the structure, that's super fun, you know? And then my wife just was saying she likes drawing roughs. That's her favorite part. And that's one of my favorite parts too. The roughs are really fun because it's still free and loose, and you're kind of working things out, but you don't have to be too bound. And then my wife also said it's before the client makes you revise everything, which is 100% there too. Well, again, another reason why, you know, doing creator owned projects is a little more fulfilling.
Although sometimes you get paid. No, I shouldn't say that.
Sometimes they improve it.
In fact, sometimes that's really fun too, because I'm like, oh, genius, you know. I was brushing his teeth, and I jabbed my thumb, its nail, back into the cut and pushed back open by his thing.
What was it? Above.
What is with me today? I'm nervous. I should take another look at it. This is my home. Hey, May. That's why you're so tired. When you actually sleep, your body finally relaxes.
Oh, I guess there's a talk of using the term guys in general. If you're from California, you just call people guys. Then this says, I can't tell where the bigger drain is for my process. I think I spend most of my time laying out basic lines and shapes, but I use the most energy in that 5% of details, finessing and making it pop. Philip says, yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I like drawing the gesture of the structure, but the detailing is quite monotonous. Frank's giving out. Frank is handing out genius awards in the chats. Gary said Frank is a genius at sensing a live stream is happening somewhere and getting online. Okay. So I'm going to disappear for a few seconds because I am starting to lose interest and focus. And I'm almost through this blanket. And once I'm done with this blanket, I can get in with the rendering, you guys, which I'm a lot more excited about. But I have to keep and retain that excitement. So I'll be right back. However, we're not at the hour mark, so I'm not going to do a trailer yet. But I will be back in like 10 seconds. What's up?
Oh, nothing. Oh, Mama, tell you, baby. Like you brushed my teeth right on me.
Okay, focus. I do feel like Frank has a spidey sense for when there are streams. I feel like Gary, like when a stream goes live, not Gary, Frank, it will suddenly just wake up. Like he's napping somewhere in like a bat cave, in the Captain Goggles cave, and then like when the live stream goes live, he's like, chkung, like it's like alerts go off. It's like a spidey sense for sure. A lot of fun happening in the chats though. Frank, what's the next project? What are you working on right now? Out of curiosity. I wasn't that off. He said I was napping. So I'm guessing like Frank's napping, he's asleep, and then just a voice is like, Frank, you must moderate the chats. I love it. Strange things are afoot online. But yeah, so I think we're getting closer to kind of more of this pattern. There is a temptation to see if cutting and pasting will work.
Maybe actually try writing one of them just to see if it was like successful.
And I think this might work for bits of it, but I also don't want to cop out and I don't want it to look like a cop out. So we're going to see, you guys. See how far one can go with this pattern. Because some of it is following the contour of the blanket at hand. Yeah, Dee Dee's like, I want to see that rug colored. Me too. I want it to go back again because it's so like prominent. And I'm almost thinking like at this point you're kind of like well, I mean, this will tie in a little bit with some of Dee Dee's content, but it's like at this point you're kind of making the coloring book, and then the next one like you're coloring it, you know. I think that's why the second phase is so fun. Like, I will say, for careers in comics, on other people's stuff, I would have to say like being a colorist or an inker. Like if I had to be stuck on like a mainstream title, might be more fun than being a penciler. If it's my own title, I want to be everything. But if I were working on somebody else's project, like doing that, the book layout, like designing the book or like typography, like all of that sounds a lot more fun. But at this point, I feel like this is doable. So we were kind of touching on this on Gary's stream. So I'm going to bring this up. If you guys have anything, also any questions or topics you wanted to touch on, feel free to mention them in the chats. But he had mentioned the kind of surprise that people have sometimes when they like look at somebody like a Bernie Sanders or something and view like what they're saying as like a new thing. And it wouldn't even have to be like Bernie. It's just like any political philosophy. Like a lot of political philosophies stem from like a few mild differences. And like the thing that's interesting to me was really interesting. This was a couple years back, but I remember digging back to Thomas Paine. And I would encourage you guys to do that just out of curiosity to kind of see. But it's been interesting to see that like from my understanding, it seems like stemming all the way back to like the forefathers, it's kind of like philosophy too, where you'll see like these philosophical movements come and go, like they'll be in vogue and then they'll kind of disappear and they'll come back and they're wearing like different clothes, but when you look at it, it's like the same character. It's like if you had like a Superman and Shazam kind of scenario where you're like they're kind of different, but they're kind of the same. And then you look into it and you're like, oh, okay, like it was really the company was just trying to make their own version of like Superman. Not that Superman and Shazam, I know there's differences, but I was just trying to think of an example. So to me, Thomas Paine was a really interesting, enlightening one because he had some like very progressive ideas. And this goes down to like he's one of the founders, and like that guy, like if he were to run now, like if you had Thomas Paine on the platform today running for politics, everybody would just call him like some crazy far left like radical, because like he had like he had like ideas on like UBI and like the idea that like people who own land should like have like a taxation like that would basically be pretty much paying for the fact that like no one really has the right to own land, and he hedged it based on on his belief system. And like anyhow, there's a pamphlet he wrote called like Agrarian Justice, and it was specifically talking about land ownership, and he was hedging it on like and I'm rambling here, so again, uh I can kind of bring it anywhere. But yeah, so to me it was like it's just a really fascinating thing of like it's not a new idea. Like a lot of what all political parties are standing for aren't new ideas. Like quite often it's like just a slight difference. For me it's been fascinating cuz like I've talked about leaning kind of left politically. And what I find really interesting when I talk to somebody who leans more right, like, and we were able to have like a civil conversation, which nowadays, like, that's part of why I didn't even, I don't want to get heavy into like talking politics on here because it's just become such a like divisive, contentious thing to even discuss. Um, but when I've gotten in like real good faith conversations with people I know that lean a different way, a lot of the time, rather than it being like these weird kind of divisive things like giant social issues or anything like that that's like dividing us, a lot of it just comes down to like a very big but small difference in like in philosophy, just from like the ground up. um so it'll come down to like do like for instance, like I have a lot of friends that are like ANCAPs, I think that's what it's called, where it's like they're anarcho-capitalists or whatever. And one of our big differences, whenever I've talked to them about it, is it just comes down to, I think, and this is my own thought, and I'm not trying to start a debate. I'm just saying because I want to try to communicate theirs as well as fairly as possible too. But it's like I tend to think that like human beings, um, while we're capable of a lot of good, I think we're also capable of like a mass amount of evil. And I think that like people without law in general are just kind of terrible. Like, I mean, that's just my thought. Like, as much as I hate laws, I think laws suck. I think they're like a necessary evil because I think that people without law just behave miserably. Um, And so I'm not like a giant fan of like too many laws or anything like that, but it's like in general, I think that like we need a guiding light of some kind of law for people to behave well. And my friends who are like ANCAPs and stuff, a lot of them are like, actually, people are really good and inherently good. And it's like they think that it's a government that corrupts people and makes people bad. And so like the less you have of the government or whatever and law, the better you allow people to be. And so it's like kind of just that's the difference. Like and it's like now it seems like a small difference, but it's like where it's like one of us trusts people more. um but then it becomes this like massively very like heavy difference when it comes to like policies and building that out to like a system. um and don't get me wrong, that also creates like that same divide creates conflict with me and friends of mine who are like hardcore ANCAPs, or they're like anarcho anarcho-libertarian like leftists too. Like I tend to have the same exact conflict with both because of that, just that one disagreement about just like human nature and how people are. Yeah, that's true. Didi was saying, I can say this, I haven't seen anyone change their views on social media. Everyone has pretty much made up their political minds. I'll say this, I've changed my view. I mean, when I was younger, like as a very young guy, like I was very much like a libertarian. I this is like nowadays I'm not at all that, but there was definitely a point in time, I think in junior high, where I would have been like very like if you met me as a junior high kid, you would have met like a kid who like was like, you need to read Atlas Shrugged. It's going to tell you everything about life. But yeah, it's like I don't know. So anyhow, building that out from just political, I think that goes to philosophical too, where I even had a debate on here about this with somebody where it was we were talking about kind of metaphysics versus um epistemics. And it's like there's a lot of people who like to like a rounded viewpoint's going to use both. But in general, for me, I prefer to live my life in ways that are epistemic, like that are empirical, that are rational and logical. Like I think that's when I look at my life and how my life plays out, I get a lot more what is it? Utilitarian benefit from looking at things that are applicable and measurable like in life, like as opposed to like ideas that get into kind of like heavier things. However, obviously, I mean, I'm a religious person, and so I definitely have a part of me that believes in something that's more in that meta physics area, right? More that territory of that. And even those kind of differences, like in philosophy, a lot of times stem from like, well, what's your belief in perception? What's your belief in human nature? And what's your belief in yourself, right? Like, do you believe you can trust your own judgment of things, or do you believe that you need an external source to kind of check your own biases and stuff? It's an interesting thing. I don't know where I'm going with it, but it's just something that's been on my mind lately. And I think because of I just think Gary had mentioned on his stream about like the Sanders thing, like how a lot of people will call like what he's talking about new, and it's not a new idea. And that I think that like part of why some people are so opposed to like anything like that or any other view, it quite often it isn't the stuff on the surface. It's like more like if you break it down to its origin, what's the founding philosophy, like what's the thing that the whole thing's built on. And if there's like a mild difference in that like first point, then you're going to have all sorts of conflict that lead into these like branching trees from those first 2 points. Yeah, Gary was saying his feeling is that people aren't good or bad, they're merely self-interested, and when people's inherent motivations, which can come from without rather than within, very wildly. Yeah, I'd kind of agree with that as well. Yeah. And then Didi was saying, don't forget to color that rug while talking philosophy. Yeah, well, so here's the beauty of this. While talking philosophy, we've managed to finish this page, just the inks. Now all I need to do is bring the shadows to the main middle page. So that's what we're going to work on. And we're going to get kind of into that. Thank you, Didi, though, for getting me back on track there. So now that we finished this, I want to do my shadows. I think in order to do my shadows, what I'm going to do here is make my thumbnail. And then Frank was saying there's nothing new under the sun, which he cited as by Houdini, the musical group, which is funny because I think that's a Bible quote, dude. Yeah, I was like, I think that's Solomon, but like I think that's some Ecclesiastes business in there. But it's probably quoted in that song. And by the way, I know, Frank, that you already know that. Okay, so we're gonna get in there, and so what I wanted to do was make a copy of my thumbnail, so I know my lighting, because I already worked out the lighting, I think, quite well up there. So I want to make sure I'm kind of being consistent with that lighting, but I also want to make sure that it's out of my way so it's not going to get in the way of the rendering. So what I'm going to do is set everything up to do that shading in the center. And what I might do too, just to remind you guys, is kind of, and as well as walk through it myself, is kind of go through. So in the thumbnail, right, we have like these important things that I need to kind of keep in mind as I'm doing this. We have a light source that's going to be coming from here. Right here is the light source. Let's see. Right here is my light source, right? It's going to be sending light out throughout the room. The light's going to get more diffused as it comes to these areas. It's almost like I'm drawing a game map. The shadows cast back here are going to be pretty extreme. They're going to be more extreme probably in this territory as it gets closer to the light source. But basically, that's my general light source. And then there's going to be a little bit of secondary light coming in from the cracks in this window here. So that's basically what I have to work out and kind of keep in mind as I start working out the final of it. The great thing about these pages too is like the more on point my rendering is, the quicker the colors go. And with this page, because there's only 3 panels, I think that you guys can make fun of me later for this, for thinking this, because it probably will take like 20 times longer than I'm expecting. And you'll notice this about me with art in general is, I think it might be an advantage, but I kind of have deja vu when it comes to the amount of time this stuff takes. So what we're going to do is do that wonderful dramatic light, as Dee Dee called it. Anyhow, so we're going to get into that in a second. Frank's dropping genius bombs. I'm going to start calling those genius bombs, Frank. What do you think? Calling folks genius. But I appreciate that, because that's good, man. It's good to encourage people. Let's see. So when I get back, we're going to do that. And then probably, I'm guessing that'll probably take about the hour. And then from there, flat it, and the flat shouldn't take that long. So I think we have a plan and a map. And now it's a good time for us to do our second trailer. And I think the last one, correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I believe the last one was for Jacobs. And so this trailer is going to be for 2 Stories, which is my graphic novel that's currently out. That'll keep you guys company while I get a refill on my coffee, stretch, and get ready for this fun rendery part, which is honestly like one of my favorite things in the world to do. So, all right, I'll be right back. right. I think that worked. Dee Dee says, makes me want to step up my Procreate skills. I know Josh uses Photoshop, but seeing the cool things digital does makes me want to pick up my iPencil. Yeah, I at some point I'm gonna need to like get an Apple pencil and iPad and join the future. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get into this. All right, so I'm going to start with her hair. This is generally an area I like to start. She has these kind of cool curls, and I'm remembering as I'm doing this, I'm going to keep in mind that my light source is coming from in front of her. And we're just going to kind of get in there and start rendering out the hair, you guys. And hopefully my computer doesn't like glitch out because the memory is not doing too well. My wife is a good fellow artist. She was like, save in the background when I was saying it's glitching a little bit. So Dee Dee was asking, did you sell those paintings? So is one of the two stories a retelling of It's a Wonderful Life? No, it's that's a section from it though. So in two stories, like the first chapter kind of has a commentary that's pretty much that trailer, where it's like the main character is sort of feeling suicidal and feeling like what if you had like in the story he actually says like what if there was a scenario that was like a George Bailey scenario, but like there's no angel and there's no purpose to keeping that obviously I don't agree with that viewpoint, but it was written from like a perspective trying to kind of explain to people the mental state that people are in when they're in those like dark phases of their life, which was one I was in. So that's the It's a Wonderful Life reference. Dee Dee was saying, did you sell those paintings? The creepy Victorian paintings. Oh yeah, a while ago I did these. No, those were specifically done selfishly for our house. My wife and I had a couple jokes that were kind of among ourselves for like back when we were in our apartment days, and we were poor, broke, struggling artists and college students. We used to joke that if we ever got a house, we would have a dinosaur head above the fireplace because it would definitely have a fireplace. This was us just being goofy. Um, and number two was that we wanted creepy haunted mansion paintings, especially after having Ben. After like once Ben was born, we were like, wouldn't it be awesome if like when Ben is older, if he's ever dating somebody and he brings them to our house, and like on the wall there's like these creepy haunted mansion paintings of the family. And you're just like, welcome to our family. Anyhow, so I also like, full disclosure, absolutely am a SoCal guy in the sense that I love Disneyland. And I think the Haunted Mansion is amazing at Disneyland. And so I always thought it would be fun to have like some creepy Victorian portraits. So no, those portraits are hung in our house. And both of those inside jokes we lived up to. So like when we first bought a house and we were fortunate enough to get one that had a fireplace, there is a literal T-Rex head. I just misused literal, which is one of my pet peeves, but for everybody who that's their pet peeve, they tend to misuse it too. But anyhow, we have a replica of a T-Rex head that is over our fireplace. And then we also have those Haunted Mansion paintings on our wall right next to the a framed version of the stretchy paintings from the Haunted Mansion ride at Disneyland. So those remain in our private collection. I have thought about when I'm done with this and 2 Stories book 2, I might spend some time just doing some traditional portraiture paintings. And in that case, it might be fun to do like either haunted mansion paintings on commission or just do them for fun. Or just build a body of maybe actually get out the oil paints and like rock those. That might be fun as well. That's awesome, Dee, though, that you noticed that those paintings. That was a ways back on my stream, but I think that people can still look back, and if you're bored one day and want to see the process of painting Victorian style haunted mansion paintings, then you can check that out. Real quick, let me grab one to show you. So like this is the one I did of Ben. Just gonna put it on full cam. So that's the one I did of Ben. And then we got these like wonderful sort of creepy Victorian frames as well. So, and then I cut the mats and framed them really nice. Yeah. So there's a creepy Victorian portrait of my son when he was like, like, how old do you think he was in this, Mike? Like maybe 3? So anyhow, that's actually awesome. And then of course, even though that was kind of done for laughs and stuff, it's also a painting of when he was 3. So, which, he's now 8. So it's like kind of a meaningful keepsake to have. The one thing I want to add to it is I would like to do ones of our dogs. I think that would be hilarious. And awesome. But again, it's like a time thing. Like, who has the, when comics consume your artistic time, and the irony is, I have this fantasy of doing the painting thing when I'm done with Not Death But Love and 2 Stories book 2. But by the time I'm done with those, I think that I'll probably have another story in the works, or possibly, hopefully, be able to kind of keep the train going on the book deals. But the sad part of that is like that might just be something I have to wait till like retirement to do, like the fun, creepy Victorian paintings. And then my wife was chuckling at the thought of retirement because we're artists. So, do artists really retire, you guys? Anyhow, years ago, I used to paint pet portraits in acrylic. Yeah, I think it would be funny to do them in the same exact style. So it's like these creepy Victorian, especially my pug. If I think of a dog that we own that would be fun to draw, it's like we have this ancient, hilarious looking pug. And of course, I'd want to paint him like, at the phase in his life when his eyes used to point in like 2 different directions, because that's awesome. Anyhow, so there we go. All right, we have hair. It's already looking better. That's why I like to start with the hair. Okay, and now I'm going to get into, I think I want to make sure that she's working first, and then we'll kind of move from there. So I definitely want to make sure that she's working now. So again, I'm thinking like the light source is coming back here. Dee cracking up. She was like, pug eyes that follow you all around the room. 100% would be funny, right? Now, if I ever had like a very large budget of money, let's see, I would want a fake bookshelf door These are just silly things that I would totally, waste my time on.
Higgins Library.
Yeah, like if you guys have ever seen My Fair Lady, Professor Higgins' library, that would be how I would live were I wealthy. We'd have like a big library with um like a ladder on wheels, those kind of traditional library ladders. So this is a hard light source to do on a face, because it's kind of horror movie lighting, kind of intentionally too, where we're sort of like sending the light source a little bit from below, which is going to cast some rather strange shadows. And here we're going to kind of render, and again, like especially with rendering, you can't be too precious because this isn't meant to be a complete rendering. Like we're not going to render this out to where it's like photorealistic or anything. We're just kind of trying to set an atmosphere and a mood. I hope that kind of makes sense. Philip was saying, I also did them in chalk pastels as well. I'd love to go back doing animal portraits again, but I never have the time now. Yeah, it's tough with time. And I think with art, that might be the biggest struggle. I think I've talked about this on Artcasters before, and definitely I think Gary and I have talked about this. Like there's like a thing where the young artist struggle is like to try to find inspiration. Like, oh my gosh, my computer's wigging out. So luckily I've been hitting save, but we'll see what happens with the okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh, now I can't even zoom. So I'm gonna quit Photoshop and see if that works, and we'll see if that solves my computer not liking the brushes all of a sudden. Okay. Okay. Yay, I can zoom. So basically, the thing I like about this rendering style though is this takes way less time. Like to do a hand, to me, I think that's a pretty nicely rendered hand. And it like takes, maybe a tenth the amount of time as like hatching it would. That's one of the reasons I feel a little more confident about this book getting done in a timely fashion, just because the style, that kind of Arnold Lobel Frog and Toad style, back in the day it would have taken forever, but it's like I think digitally to render like this doesn't take an immense amount of time as long as you have the knowledge to do it. Like I could see it taking a while if you don't know like light sources or anything like that, but like if you kind of know roughly what you're doing, then it's not super crazy. Robert was asking, do you render right over your line art in the same document, or you render a copy of the more flattened line art? So right now I'm doing like the rendering and the line will eventually be merged to the same layer when I do coloring. But when it comes to this stage, it's I'm keeping a lot of layers. So you're gonna see when I'm done with the black and whites, which is what I'm doing the rendering as part of that. You're gonna kind of see a mix of like a ton of layers. And also for some reason that's just my computer being stupid. And glitching out because it didn't like the brush. Okay. But anyhow, so you'll see a lot of layers basically, Man, my computer's not happy though. So yeah, when it comes to this, it's usually not that bad. I think that part of what's going on with my computer's memory right now is I've been streaming since like 11, kind of nonstop. And so I think, at least for me, I've noticed my computer starts kind of dying a little bit the longer I've been streaming and drawing. The other thing is, like, because I'm using brushes, it takes a lot more of my CPU or whatever. But I'm sure, actually, Robert, you probably know that. But also, Robert, you're right. I do have a pencils file. I haven't. My pencils and inks are actually the same. There's no like there's roughs and stuff, but it's like there's no inks process to this. Like the pencils are the inks. So, but yes, I once I'm done with the pencils and inks on this, they will be a separate file that's merged into one, and then it's literally like 4 layers as opposed to the million that I have going on right now. Good suggestion though, Robert. Honestly, that does speed up the process. We're getting closer though. And yeah, Robert, all of that's really good advice. Yes, I keep backups of every phase, so I save a different iteration of every file. It's something I've picked up from just commercial art, like where you never want to be in a scenario where you can't go back. If you can't go back, you're kind of screwed. And all it takes is like 1 or 2 times where you need to go back and you can't go back, where you're going to save variations. So yeah, like in this case, I will save the layered version of this, just in case I need to pull it apart again, and so on. But all of that's great, wonderful advice, So we're getting there. I just want to make sure I'm establishing some kind of differences. Once we have her kind of worked out and her chase lounge. Oh, do you keep a safety backup too, other than just backups of files? Yeah, you need a like. Ironically, before getting into this project, because of backups, I got an extra external as well. So now I'm like backing up like 3 times. I have a backup in the cloud. I have a backup on of like an external, and then I have another external backing up as well. So I'm like 3 times covered because of that. Like, because I was thinking about like what would be the worst case scenario. This is a good thing for people to think about, especially with a publishing deal for like 200 and something pages in a year. The nightmare scenario there, and I kind of get why you're asking that, Robert, because like that is the ultimate like artist's worst nightmare. Is like the scenario where you have to answer to a publisher why you lost 150 pages or something. Nobody wants to be in that position, and yeah, so I'm not going to be even toying with making that a possibility. How's it going, Ben? Whoa, that's a cool sword, dude. Ah, you should show them the sword real quick. You see? Oh, wait. Show them. Here. That's a pretty powerful sword, my dude. What do you think? You think it's a sword of power? I think it's a sword of power.
Actually, it's just a regular sword.
Yeah.
But not an actual one.
Yeah.
Just in case the viewers need to know.
Oh, yeah. You guys, just so you know, that wasn't a real sword. That was not an actual sword. That was a toy sword that my son was using. Just so you know, like there was no real violence on Daddy's on the stream. Robert said backing up files is so tedious. Not incredibly, because like the Mac is pretty efficient with that. You can do Time Machine, so you have your like real-time backup. You can automate your other backup, and then you can do Robert was saying, oh, thank goodness, a toy sword. I was he had me worried. And then Philip said, by the power of Grayskull, which when I was your age, Ben, there was a show called He-Man where he had a sword that looked a lot like that one, and he'd hold it up and go, by the power of Grayskull. Blech.
No, you just watched one. Your mouth was
Oh, okay.
free.
I thought I was going to have to do a dead.
Was free.
Yeah. I thought I was going to have to do a dead stream for the viewers out there.
When you're
Uh-huh.
that means that something that I hit is gone.
Okay.
When you're that means that something that I hit has lost a life.
Oh, okay. Frank in the chat was saying no sword violence on the stream. They were worried it was a real sword. I can't. That was epic. Thank you, Ben.
That was Dad.
My son's pretty awesome. I have to say there's something cool about 8 and playing with swords and stuff. But I have to finish the rendering before I can take another break. So that is what is in order here. I want the shadow kind of behind her arm and stuff like that to be much darker. We have to get in there. Robert was saying, get more elaborate with your death screams. You guys are at like wanting this to be like a Red Room stream or something. The crazy violence. I think I should warn people at the beginning of this, like maybe edit it and be like, warning, violence will occur at what would the time marker be on that? At like 2 hours and 20 minutes, the stream turns into a bloodbath. A Napoleon Dynamite death scream. I love it. Okay. So we're getting closer to this getting rendered out. Are we kind of seeing the vibe here? Because right now I'm like mainly trying to figure out like, okay, what's my main focus here? What do I want like people to really pull away from this page? Like, what do I want them to notice the most from this panel? And it has to be her, she's dead center. That's where the light's going to be hitting, hopefully the heaviest. So I'm going to kind of try to keep that in mind as I'm teasing this out. Robert said, I love that bottom panel eyes render. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of fun working in a style like this. It's so opposite from the way it's like I think my style, and this could be a whole separate discussion, but it's like I think that a lot of artists like sort of labor and sweat over their style. And I think that like my style, regardless like of medium, is going to come out through this. So like the way I draw people, the way I draw things, it's inevitably going to look similar, even if the style is like very opposite from stuff I've done in the past. Even that should have probably been on its own layer there. We'll get there. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think sometimes people can get so stuck on like, what's my style, that like they forget that you can work in like a bunch of different mediums. Don't be bound to one thing. And actually, that's really freeing because when I'm done with this, I have to get right back on 2 Stories book 2. And so like imagine if like I have to do this kind of workflow on this book, and then right after it, I have to get right back on the horse and do a book in the exact same style and the exact same medium. I kind of like the freedom that like this is a totally different exploration, showing a totally different skill set, and then I get to go back to like the kind of hand inked and rendered stuff that I love doing too, but it's just got a different look to it, All right. I feel like I'm rambling, but who knows? Maybe it's helpful for someone. So I know this back here is going to get really dark. Now my computer's lagging again. Okay. It's going to get really dark back here. And I want just a little bit of a sense of. Oh, that last part. Mild sense of tone. What did he say? Gary was saying, I never understood younger artists hand wringing over figuring out a style. I think that's something that arises. It's not something you choose. Yeah, agreed. And then Robert says, sometimes though people will say after they mess up the artwork, oh, that's just my style. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, to me, this is a really sloppy style. But it's like, I'm happy with it, but I'm still going for like a hand done look. I'm not going to rule out any lines. But just because I made rules like that doesn't mean I get to just make like a crappy piece of art, All right, we're well into the rendering. Man, my back's hurting too, so I gotta step up and stretch for a second. Frank said it's your style to ramble. Damn right. I used to joke that have you guys seen Reservoir Dogs? There's like a sequence where they're about to head out and he says, okay, ramblers, let's get rambling. And I always joked that that's about my conversation style. All right. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Gotta stretch. The back's starting to feel it, but I think that's coming together a little more. Now we have our point of focus. Feeling a little better about it. One recommendation I'd make when working digitally is try not to make it look too digital. Like one of the things I love about this like pencil brush is like it really doesn't look like a digital line. And I think like sometimes art can kind of look like overly Photoshop, or like it's kind of obvious like what medium was used. And I always like the idea of like trying to kind of make like a hand done look, so like you leave people a little curious like what they were using. Or if you're going to do it digitally, do it like cell shaded, so like people could be like, is that vector? Is that like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I like the idea of whatever medium you're using, like taking it to like kind of a professional level. It's so funny. Poor Gary. I'm just gonna like recycle a lot of our conversations, but we were talking about that with Dinosaurs versus Mars Bots. Like one of the things I liked when when I was reading it was like there are lines in there that like to I think somebody who's familiar with like Illustrator, like you kind of know it was Illustrator, but he does it in such a neat way. And adds enough flourish and kind of like texture to it that like it's kind of hard to tell. Like, and I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's a strength of that comic is like it doesn't look just like just super clean vector work, you know. It leaves you kind of wondering like what is that? And in this case, I even know the medium I'm mimicking a little bit. That's another thing when I used to I'm rambling about when I used to teach art. But it's like it's not a bad like tip that maybe some of you guys have picked up on as well. But it's like sometimes just think like what medium are you mimicking? So like in this case, I'm kind of mimicking like if I were to do this by hand, what I would do is like bust out the coquille board and I would have like I have one pencil I'm allowed to use and then one other pencil. So what I have, if this were physical, right, is basically for my line art and my shading, I have a Prismacolor black and a Prismacolor white, and that's all I've got. that's my two tools. And then maybe I'd allow myself like, you know, Dr. Martin's white, you know, just to like paint over like for areas like the last page where there was a rain sequence, right? But that's about it, you know, and other than that, like I don't want to allow myself every brush in the toolkit because then again you end up in that kind of territory of like it looks very digital. Robert was saying when I moved out to California, I was expecting to see multiple groups of people talking about plans to rob a bank. Tarantino conversations. I was disappointed. I don't know, man. There's areas in California you could probably very easily find that happening. Probably moved to the wrong spot. Oh man, what is with the lag? I'm not liking the brush lag though. So my hope. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Dee Dee said heading out, have a blessed resurrection day. Those celebrating, darn right, he is risen. And then Frank started singing, and thank you for the super chat. That's very awesome, Dee Dee. Thank you. Have a great Easter. And then Frank said, let's get digital, which I sang, even though that wasn't super chatted because it's a funny joke. And then we've got Gary saying, okay, page 9, officially done. Moving on to page 10. This is the thing that's really impressive about Gary is like, I feel like in prep, like we're kind of matched, but I feel like when it comes to final execution, that dude is like a machine. Because that is really quick, Gary. Like, I feel like you had just finished getting everything comped out and stuff. To me, that's pretty fast, like a couple hours for like a final. But I relate, and I hope I'm keeping you company while you're doing it. And he said, actually, Frank, I don't draw any of it. I outsource it all to a dude in Southeast Asia. And paid a high school kid to write it. I kind of love the idea of okay, Gary, side project for when you're done with Dinosaurs versus Mars Bots and I'm done with this beast as well as 2 stories. So maybe like 2 years down the road. I think you, me, Corey, and Scott should like pool our resources together and just put together like the coolest Fiverr comic we can make. like just get like spend like absolutely nothing on it and see like how good of a comic we could make that way. I'd be interested. We could do it. We could make like vlogs documenting the process and just hope that the process doesn't end up well. Because if it came out well, I think that'd be pretty heartbreaking. But we could even source the story, everything, and just see like, you know, on a specifically small budget, like what you could pull off. That's a little side project. For now, we're going to continue with the labor here. The labor. All right. Now, right now, I'm going to check with my thumbnail because I think there's a little bit of stronger light, particularly on the bed. So I'm going to probably do a pass of grays, just kind of establishing that core source. And then I might go in and do just like the light area again, so that it's, you know, more clear that it's the glow of a fireplace. But I do like that the solid tone of shade is starting to tone back some of this pattern. There was a Facebook discussion about somebody paying $10 per page but wanting $100 of skill on it. I think what's more disgusting in comics is people paying $100 a page and wanting $2,000 of skill on it. That's where, like, don't get me wrong, the $10 thing is a problem, but in general, a lot of comics pay is a problem. But I do kind of like the idea of just as like an experiment, see like what you could make. I'm kind of mixed on outsourcing. This is my own take on it. For my day job, you know, particularly with like 3D models, you know, outsourcing isn't beyond. Like most of the art that we do is done in house, but if I need like a fully 3D model, sometimes it's like not the most unethical thing to do. So it's kind of a weird thing where it's like, I think it depends, but it's like sometimes you're actually employing people. So it's like this complicated, it's like anything, I think. For personal projects, I think that would be ridiculous. I think the whole purpose of like doing a project like what I'm doing here is like the full author part of it. It's part of why I don't even, you know, some people outsource flats. None of my personal projects have any outsourcing like that at all, because it's just like, I know efficiency can be kind of like a huge thing, but I'm not like under some corporate exec, you know, on my personal projects where like efficiency is king and we have to answer to like a fiduciary responsibility or something like that. It's like, no. In this case, I want to see it out all the way through. But I was going to say, like, I don't know if that's entirely unethical to like hire, I don't know. It gets into this gray area, you know? But yeah, I think if you're wanting to pay anyone anywhere like $10 a page, that's not cool. I mean, $100 per page is a deal. If you're getting that deal, be happy. Don't complain. But if you're paying $10 a page and you're expecting, yeah. Anyhow, that's my. I would agree with you, Robert. That's insane. No matter how vague like some of the outsourcing questions can get, I would agree with you on that 100%. You still need to pay people a fair wage. And I think if you're outsourcing, you need to be really careful that you're paying a fair wage where you're outsourcing, and also that where you're outsourcing to is like treating people reasonably well. Which is why sometimes like outsourcing, like if you were outsourcing, it's better to do it to individuals rather than like those big companies, because those big outsourcing companies can be really shady. Okay. Philip was saying, sorry, I just jumped in. Who's charging $10 a page? That's a good question, man, because at that point, again, like I would make the argument that whoever's doing that should probably just take a gig at McDonald's, get paid better, and then draw their own stuff. And maybe just draw a person a middle finger. Robert was saying sometimes outsourcing damages your own art department's ability to work. 100%. Like I said, I'd say like 99.9% of the work that my art team does is in-house. And that's because like outsourcing is just, it's not efficient. It's just not efficient for what we need. But there is like that 0.1%. What's the other thing? Clipping masks for catalog, like that kind of thing, where you're just drawing like a clipping mask. That makes sense to outsource. And it throws some people who need it money, which is good too. Yeah, $10 a page. If you, sorry, I mean, I know everybody takes what they can, but that's evil. Yeah, Gary was saying, but to each their own. It's unfair to domestic artists to make them compete with artists overseas. That's why I won't do it. Yeah, especially on my own stuff. No, not at all. But if I were to know a writer who did that to kind of get their work done, I don't know if, you know. Yeah, Robert, you're on point with that. But that's why you just make the case, for that not being the case. Okay, I will be shortly back. I'm going to disappear for like 2 seconds while I stretch again. My back's starting to feel weird, but I think we're going to get there. We're getting closer. So that outsourcing conversation though does come to like something really important that I think is like a great thing about that thing we were talking about earlier with art, where there's something to be said for the humanities that gets at that thing that I was talking about with like when you're working on these things, you want to make sure you can kind of feel it. And it gets into like this thing that becomes kind of like it's a good example of like being really hard to outsource, which is like this thing I'm working on is going to be the vision of two people, entirely executed by two people. It's a unique thing that can happen rarely in any industry, especially any industry outside of comics. And so you're going to get a unique product from that you can't really outsource, and you can't really quantify. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but gets into that beautiful humanities stuff where it's like art, like this is a creator vision come to life, solely creator vision. And that's a rare thing in life. I think that's one of the reasons we like comics. I think it's one of the reasons that I like Daniel Klaus so much, why I like indies so much. It's why, honestly, I tend to think like the bigger the comic company, like the more boring the comics tend to be. It's not some like weird, crazy conspiracy that's like, there's a lot of people who like hate the mainstream and stuff like that. And I don't really hate it. I just don't like think it has that author driven authenticity that you're going to get in indies a lot of the time. And I've seen that. I've seen, outsourced comics where it doesn't have that, it just looks outsourced. There's something to be said for that, like, custom stuff. Like, I don't know. It's hard to quantify. And I think if you try to put it in a boardroom and try to like measure it by like efficiency and productivity, that's one of the things I love about comics. It's like, I don't know if like the way I'm going about this, like obviously I consider some efficiency, but like I think that one of the most annoying things about our society is we're so measured on like what's efficient, what's productive, what's efficient, what's productive. It kind of becomes like an okay computer kind of situation. And this is where, like, if Corey Kerr were on this, we'd go on like a long diatribe about the problems of like, of like, sort of like trying to quantify art and like label it and categorize it and commercialize it. It's like there is something beyond that with books that makes, I think even the process of like writing in general is just like the act of art. If Corey's listening to this, he better chime in. But the act of art, I think the coolest thing about art is it is an act of rebellion. When you're doing art, you're kind of rebelling against that sort of status quo of like efficiency and, productivity, and like you're just kind of making this thing that kind of on its face doesn't seem to have any intrinsic value. Like, and that, by the way, when I say that, I think art has some of the highest value of anything, but it is like, it gets into value conversations that are so hard to like map out and rationally kind of work out. Art is just great, and it's hard to explain why, and that's why it's great. But it depends, there's some companies that, like I think of like the New Yorker and stuff, and it's like the New Yorker has such a quality look to it because they pay their artists, and they value the artist and value the artist's worth and their voice, and they get like they create art styles that like last generations, because of that. So you sort of get what you pay for with art, much like a lot of things in life. If I'm buying a guitar and I'm buying on a budget, it kind of makes sense to buy a guitar that's made in China. And I have some guitars that were made in China, and they're pretty decent guitars. Like some of them are great. But it's much more of a gamble buying like a guitar made in China. If I buy like a Gibson or like a Fender that's made in the US, it's like, it's just a different thing. It's like a totally different instrument. And I know this because I have them, and it's like, you sort of, I don't think I'm going to like, again, I want to refrain too much from judging someone who's, not in a position to like, I don't know, if you're like a new guitarist and you're a kid in high school and you don't have the money to buy like a made in the US like perfect instrument, then sure, buy a Squire or buy like a knockoff, like, but if you're in the position to, pay for that extra quality, it's like night and day, the comparison of like what the instrument is. One is like kind of a manufactured product, and the other is like, I mean, Gary can chime in on this too, because I think he's dating somebody who's in a an orchestra, and it's like people in orchestras definitely know, like anyone in an orchestra worth their salt could pick up like a high schooler's, like instrument and probably blow their minds. Like the instrument isn't making the artist, right? But if you talk to like a violinist and you talk about the difference between like a high school violin and a Stradivarius, it's there's a reason one costs money and the other doesn't. So like again, like if you want cheap fast food, then yeah, sure, get cheap fast food and you get what you pay for. But like if you want like gourmet filet mignon, or like you want something kind of artisanal and cool, then like yeah, you're gonna have trouble getting that at like without paying for it. Much like anything in life, but it definitely goes that way with art. Here's the argument that Corey's made and I've made too. It's like the beauty of creative and like true creative, like concept driven stuff, like is it's hard to outsource. Like everything else will likely be outsourced, but the high creative stuff, the concept stuff, like that's the stuff. Does that make sense? I'm rambling. Man, I am really trying to get in there and get this going. My brain is starting to lag. Okay. Do you guys ever have that with art where you're, I don't know. For me, it's like I'm kind of there. I'm kind of in it. Okay. All right. So now we're going to do this wall. And I'm kind of doing this in pieces. Like there's a couple methods somebody could use if they're working in this style, right? For me, I'm sort of building it a piece at a time. And I'm not doing the overall rendering. Now, somebody could approach this from like a more traditional rendering method, and instead of doing a piece at a time, do like the whole first. And I've done that on some of these panels where I'll go with like a whole vibe first and then kind of work my way in. So you're doing like piece by piece where you're like, this is going to be lighter. This is going to be darker. But in this case, I'm thinking that the best approach for me is going to be take it a chunk at a time, a little section at a time. We'll see if that's the wrong color or the right one in a second. For me, I also find that like sectioning things off into like little workable chunks, as much as I was just trashing on the like being more productive kind of meme that I think can destroy artists and destroy like the humanities. There is a little bit of thinking of productivity where I'm like, I want to get a return for my investment of time on what I'm doing. And so just like any artist, like I don't want to be like investing hours into something that I'm eventually going to delete, or building a tree in a forest that doesn't make a sound kind of thing. If you are just starting out in comics and can't afford a tablet or quality blue line comic pages, Circworks page template guides are the way to go. That is true. I like that Frank is shilling for Scott in the chats, which is a good thing because Scott Cirkland is a very good dude, and you guys should check out what he's doing. And also, while you're at it, you guys should go check out what him and Corey did, like a tutorial on how to animate superheroes from Scott's comic packs on design cuts, and they're really cool. And it's also like fun to see a collab of like two really good dudes. All right. So here we go. And I need to think of where I have that layer. Where did I put the, where did I put, this is the problem of working in a lot of layers. To kind of, oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Ta-da, okay. Oh, let's get back on this horse. Where I was working here. I'm trying to locate which layer I was just on when I was rendering. That might work fine. Okay, now let's double check. How are we looking here? Oh, I love what was said here by Gary. He said, I just listened to a 3-hour interview with Rick Rubin, and he said it well when he said art isn't something you can measure by quarter, for sure. And then Robert was saying, right, rebelling against the normal bore. And Gary was saying he was talking about his job was pretty much protecting the artist from the business side, for sure. And Robert was also saying too much conversation. Totally. Okay. So you guys, we're at the 3-hour mark. We're going to watch the trailer for, I think we're going to watch Jacob's Apartment again. And then when that's done, I think that my hope is, oh my goodness, wait, before I was about to do that, I just realized I have some stray. There we go. That's my stray areas. Had some stray smudgy stuff here. Can't have that. Okay. Much better. Okay. Now I'm going to put on the trailer for Jacob's Apartment, which is my book coming out in June. And I highly suggest you guys go to your local bookshop and just make sure they have that on their order sheet to order and carry this book for release on June 7th. So like when this comes out, if you go to like your local Barnes & Noble or like bookstore or indie friendly shop and you say like, hey, you guys need to be on carrying this book. It's a good book. That would be a good way to support me and support what I do. And honestly, it goes a really long way. And here we go. I'm going to go ahead and show the trailer for it, and then I'll be back and we're going to finish the rendering on this entire scene. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing things. All right, and Frank's suggestion to go to the local library and request it is good too. I know that Graphic Mundi is pretty popular with librarians, so it's not a bad way to kind of work it out. Thanks, Frank, for the call there. That's a good point. Okay, we're going to. Right now, I want to consolidate a little bit because it's just it's starting to drag my computer just a little bit down. So I'm going to merge visible. We're going to go back here, and then we're going to do our line because I was starting to lose track of layers there, and then our borders. Okay. So now here's a fun part. I'm going to kind of disregard the text that's on the front as I render out this room. But, you know, we can kind of get into, let's see, let's pull up that thumbnail again. I'm going to move that thumbnail back out. Maybe not, though, because I might still want to do a little bit of this, this fireplace. And then we'll kind of work our way through it. So Robert, since you're in the chats, how are the comics coming, buddy? I hope they're coming well. Okay, we have. Man, this lag may slow things down a bit. I might have to give my computer a break in a second. I'm gonna try again the trick of kind of closing it out, reopening, and we'll see if that happens. If not, I might have to do a full restart and a stream reset. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm really hoping I can keep streaming because I want to finish the rendering. Robert said his comics are coming along. He's working every day. Hell yeah, that's awesome. That's what we like to hear. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but it's like one of the reasons I like doing these streams is, well, I'm sure I've mentioned it. It's like I get a lot of inspiration from like knowing I'm kind of hanging out with other people who are working on art. And so like for me, it's fun to be in the trenches doing this stuff and knowing that like you guys in the chats and like out there are kind of like working on your stuff too. And so like all our creativity is kind of fueling more creativity in like a creative explosion of comics and awesomeness, you know? I feel like that's worth it. Worth something. So this is going to be darker here. As it's really close to the light source, I want to make sure that I'm kind of darkening some of these areas. The lag is slowing. It's going to be problematic though if it keeps up. Robert said an explosion of creative explosions. Exactly. All right, so we're kind of at this fireplace now. And this part around it, from what I recall, was like black, but it's not going to be fully black because of this is like the interior, so it's more like probably iron, I'm guessing. Actually, since this is the Victorian era, it's probably graphite or pure lead. Like it's probably like like they probably have like a lead fireplace where they're like, that would be the thing. What metal should we make the entire fireplace out of? Lead. It's safe, it's malleable, with some cyanide trim on the edges here. We'll decorate everything with cloisonne and glass shards. Just, really safe materials here, you guys, because we're Victorians. We know what's safe. We have science in the age of reason. Robert was saying, and it didn't cause cancer back then. Exactly. That's a good point too. I'm just going to drink this Coca-Cola, which is full of this refreshingly awakening thing called cocaine. That is not, it's definitely not harmful. By the way, this is satirical. YouTube, don't demonetize me. I'm not making that actual claim. Exactly. But it is funny, like in the Victorian era, there's even old ads. If you're ever bored, look up Victorian advertisements for Coca-Cola. They're hilarious. It's like a Victorian lady drinking like a teacup. It's like a teacup Coke thing, like a mug. And it's basically like all the effects it's advertising are like the effects of cocaine. So it's like relieves fatigue, like causes stunning weight loss, like all this terrible stuff. But again, somebody someday is going to be making a historical graphic novel of our era. And they're going to be like, they were working on computers. They thought those were safe. Posting on social media. My goodness, their batteries were lithium. Like they're gonna look at like all our stuff and think like, man, these people were lame. But anyhow, Paul just said, hi gents. Hi Paul. That's not that off, Frank. Or like back then they didn't realize that social media caused cancer. And I'm sure that'll be the case for sure. We're gonna find that out in a couple of years. Okay, so Paul has written some really good graphic novels that I'm still in the middle of. I'm gonna actually try to, maybe that'll be what I do tonight. Maybe I'll do that during dinner or something. Read more of Paul's wonderful Detective Perez series. I have the first 2 books right here. They're very good. This first one I'm really enjoying, and I'm like couple like 100 pages in. Very impressive work. But yeah, you guys should check out Paul Pate's stuff. Speaking of strange Victorian stuff, here's our like laudanum bottle. Paul said, I'm drawing the last of my 16-page comic today. Nicely done, Paul. You gotta send me a little preview or something. And then Paul also said Rick Rubin is super cool. Yeah, 100%, man. Rick Rubin. I feel like the 2 producers that I admire the most from that era, that like Rubin era, I think Rick Rubin's a genius. I think Steve Albini. I think like there was an era in time, and I think still is, where I think like if you can get Rick Rubin or Steve Albini to like produce your stuff, you're set, I will say, does Hip Hop Family Tree get into Rick Rubin? I think it does a little bit. It's a good comic. Good comic for folks that like music history and stuff. Ruben's great listening. For anyone who hasn't watched it, Shangri-La, the Amazon series about his, I think I saw a few of those. It's incredible. His studio. Although I'm trying to remember, is it me or did Ruben like change his studio to like Hawaii now? I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like, or maybe he just has like multiple studios now. Not enjoying the lag here on the Photoshop though. Really not. It's tough when you're like in the zone and you want to get it finished, but you experience glitchiness of a computer that's been running too much all day. Oh my gosh. I'll also say this, that I think is a credit and a testament to artists. Quite often we tire out our computers before we get tired, you know? That's something to be proud of. Gary was saying the show makes you wish there was an indie comic compound people could go to and retreat. I think we need to make that. I think we should make a little indie comics retreat area. Oh, wrong. That was like a easy mistake there. I forgot my light source for a second there. Almost thinking this was like not a, what was I thinking? This isn't a fireplace causing a light source somewhere else? What kind of planet are you on, Josh? All right, here we go. I want you guys to try this as an experiment to the non-artists in your lives. After the stream is done, just to gauge the reaction of a non-creative, you should be like, okay, so Josh, he's rendering like a wash basin on like an end table, and like, oh my gosh, you won't believe it. Okay, so there's lighting coming from the fireplace, but he put it in the other direction, so the shadow was on the side of the light source. Just try that out and see how interested the person you're talking to is on it. I want you guys to report back to me and let me know how your experiment went. You're like, the light source was in the wrong direction. I can't believe it. Gary said stepping out for a bit to grocery shop, but he's going to be drawing most of the night. That's awesome. I'll be streaming most of the day and night. All day and night, you guys, for like the rest of the year. But I'll probably be back. So if you are back when you're back, you're back when you're back. Drawing on a phone sounds like a nightmare from what's talked about in the chat. It's to get bad lag, and then you upgraded to an M1 Mac Mini. Yeah, I've been looking at the I don't think I'm going to need to upgrade for a bit. This is a fairly new Mac. It's not like entirely new. But The problem I have is like it kind of handles okay, but then when you mix a stream into it, it's like just a lot to ask the computer to run this and OBS, which I know is possible, but I have been looking at that. I'm forgetting what it's called, but it's not the mini. Have you guys seen that? It just came out like I think this year or something. It looks like the mini, but it's like it's called like the Studio or the anyhow, it looks like a Mac Mini, but it's like twice as tall. That thing looks awesome, and that's kind of if I have to replace, that might be the direction I go because they look pretty amazing. But I don't know, getting there. I think it's too early for me to do that floor though. So okay, I'm gonna save. Oh, did my stream disappear? Did my stream cut out for a second there? Is my stream kind of glitching out? If you guys are in the chats, just let me know. Because at that point, it might be kind of like time to give my computer a rest. Okay, Philip said just for a moment. All right, well, let me know in the chats if you guys notice like a little computering out or anything like that. Obviously, if it starts glitching out a lot, I'll probably cut the stream. But if not, I want to finish just this room, and then I'm gonna probably call it, have some dinner, and get right back to it. Frank said yes, your screen is back. Okay, cool. Yeah. So hopefully we can stay on course, finish the rendering for this page. I'm happy with how it's coming out. How do you guys think so far? For like the results so far, I think they're coming out all right. Let's see. Whew. My back. I also have these moments where my back will get tired, and so I need to like step up, stretch for a little bit. Okay, new idea. We're gonna do the floor, and then we'll do this bottom half, and then last thing is gonna be the scroll, just adding a little bit of shading to that as well. The scrolls. Wasn't there like a comic book plot about the scrolls? Can't even remember. That's how out of touch with like mainstream comics I am. I don't even remember the scrolls. Like I think they tie into the Marvel universe. Somebody fill me in on what the scrolls are. Aren't they like, I don't know. There's something important in comics. So we're gonna do this real quick. That's also a bigger break for my computer because it's asking it to do less. So overall, right now, I'm just thinking about the floor. I'm going to erase out everything that isn't the floor. And I'm going to be bold as it gets back here. It's almost going to go to black. I had a painting teacher. I've told you guys this, I think. One of my favorite life painting teachers. He was like a sensei type of figure. I think he still teaches at Cal State Long Beach, and I will forever sing his praises because he was a good teacher. He, while you were drawing, like you're really focused in a life drawing class, you're looking at the model, he would come by and like smack you on the back and be like, be bold. Like if he noticed that you were being too tight with your drawing, he'd just come by and be like, be bold. And at the end of the year, our class printed up T-shirts with his face on them and the word "Be Bold." Which is funny because that was a really good lesson to have as a young student, where it's like anytime I sense that I'm getting a little too tight in my art or drawings and I need to loosen up a bit, I just think of my old teacher Yuji's voice saying, "Be bold." All right, so now we're going to turn the opacity down on that. And I'm going to get in there and delete out all the overlap while serenaded by my crazy dogs. Did I say something about bread rolls, or did I just miss something? Philip said, I need to break away from the computer for a while myself. Are you going to be live later? Yes, I will. Oh, scrolls. Like, yeah, the scrolls, not the rolls. I think it's like a whole, I don't know. I thought it was a thing in comics, but maybe I'm wrong. Frank was making that into a inspirational meme by saying, "Be bold, be beautiful." And here we're just going to get rid of all the overlap where I didn't want that extra layer, because we're just doing that flat area. And this is where like open lines are very useful when it comes to coloring. And this like kind of more shaded approach take a little more time. But yeah, Philip, whenever you're back on, man, more than happy to have you. I will be streaming again, so make sure if you guys are watching and you haven't yet. I'm sure most in the chats have, but if you haven't yet, click subscribe and then make sure you click that bell, because that bell will give you a notification whenever I'm about to go live. In theory, I've heard sometimes it's a little weird, but in general, that should give you a notification when I'm on live so that you can join, kind of hang out in the chats and draw along with me. Because I think these live streams, like, they're fun, you know, after the fact. And I definitely, like, I watch a lot of, you know, live streams after the fact. But there's so much, like, there's something about a live stream that's fun, you know? And then Paul said you kind of can't make a comic without scrolls these days. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. Frank makes a good suggestion of clicking like and commenting after. That helps. Unless you hated it. And then if you hated it, I don't know, like tweet about it and how angry it made you. That actually might help, too. Okay. Like, this guy's take on scrolls is so bad. So I saw Gary was kind of talking about comic groups that are on Facebook and how occasionally there's like posts on them where you're just like, oh. I saw one recently that was like gave me that reaction. It was another video that's like talking about how horrible the sales are in comics and just kind of disregards the sales information from like last year, which was like a really killer year. that always weirds me out, where I'm like, I don't understand I guess, I don't know. It's just weird to me, like, this is something to consider. If you guys like follow anything that requires you to kind of buy into a fiction to like believe the whole premise of it, that to me is like suspicious. Like, if like a good example, if Frank were to tell me tomorrow, Frank was like, dude, you know how all food is really bad for you, and then continues to talk about stuff, and I'm like, wait, but like all food isn't bad. But then like you're trying to kind of get into that, like but all food isn't bad, or you're like, you know how like gasoline just doesn't sell, and you're like, but I mean it does, but, and then you continue to make like a point. It's hard to follow the following premises of like the first. Anyhow, I get annoyed by the myth of that stuff. Anyhow, that was something on one of those Facebook comics groups where I was just like, come on guys, let's stop the narrative of like, you can criticize the writing in comics, or you can criticize like the direction the industry's gone, or you can criticize a lot of things, but just don't build the criticism on like the idea that like comics are just these terrible selling things. I mean, at least last year, I think the comic sales numbers were like the best they've been in like 25 years or something. So it's like, could they be better? Okay, have that conversation, but like, I don't know. Like, I think it's sad when people have to base a point on like something that's fiction. Like, it's not the scenario of the industry at all, you know? So that's my point, you know? If you're going to build like a big point that's built on a premise, make sure that premise isn't a lie. Because if it's a lie, then it makes the whole building look really suspicious, you know? I'm rambling, but what is this? Oh, come on. Man, this is really glitchy. I don't know if you guys are noticing some of the lag. Not so great when you're making selections. Okay. But anyhow, that was one of those things where I was just like, I don't think we need to like pretend. Like, for instance, there's plenty of popular stuff out there that I'm not a fan of, and I'm not going to like be like, that's why it's unpopular. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of popular music I can't stand, but I think it would be hard to like kind of make a case against some of that music that I don't like that's popular if I'm like pretending it's not popular. Because when you pretend it's not popular, then it's like I don't know. I don't know if that point is that at all making any sense, or am I just rambling? It just, to me, that's a disturbing. Yeah, Paul was saying, I'm noticing the lag. You need to reboot. Yeah, for sure. I do, but I'm stubborn and I want to finish this page. Then we'll give the computer a rest. Do not worry, my computer, my joyful, wonderful computer, been treating me pretty well over the years. Okay. So now we can kind of, oh, we didn't finish. Did your art screen freeze? Am I frozen? Oh, geez, it's having a major lag there. Let me at least reboot that window for you guys. I just realized that. Okay, let's give that a little. How's that? Hopefully that's better. So I'm gonna basically try to wrap up the the thing that I think Paul was saying, it sounds like I'm talking about a political thing or something. No. I'm literally just talking about the video was like this video like on Facebook was talking about the horrors of like how bad comics are selling. And they basically, I didn't even watch the video. It's just the title of it was like our like the comics industry again just has these horrendous sales numbers. They plummeted this last year. And you can look at the sales numbers online. It's not hard to like find. And they didn't plummet. So it was one of those things of like that just to me is that's a little annoying, you know. It said you stopped talking, LOL. Is my computer freezing again? Let me see if is the connection freezing? Oh man. My computer is acting a little buggy. I might have to. Yeah, Frank was like, "Are you talking about a gate of comics?" I do think it was a Comics Gate video. And yeah, I definitely sense the humor there, Paul. No, I just okay, cool. Frank said, "I see and hear you." Yeah, I think that like, yeah, I mean, I've talked about that movement before, but I think it's very flawed. If it keeps building premises on like fiction, you know, like have a political viewpoint or whatever, or like a criticism of the industry for sure, but don't just start making up stats of like bad sales when like that's just not true. You know, that's the part that I think is it starts to feel like a used car sale, you know, because you're like, you know how your car's having this trouble, and you're like, is it? Like my car's been running okay. No, you know, like when you start your car, it like doesn't run, and you're like, wait a minute, but my car is running fine. Like there's a point where you start distrusting the salesman because you're just like, yeah, this is kind of being built on like a mistruth. So that's the part that like annoys me about. But it was a video. I don't even know if it was part of Comicsgate. I would guess it probably is because of that title. You know, I was just like, yeah, I bet if I watch like a minute of this, it's going to be in that movement. Frank said, I feel like I'm watching Elizabeth Barrett sleep. That's a little creepy, Frank. But it's true. You are actually watching her sleeping on her Chase Lounge right before she opens her eyes. I don't know if she's sleeping at this point or like kind of resting in like a opium haze. All right. That is cool. Okay, I'm getting excited about the page now. Are you guys? I feel like that looks pretty convincing now. It's starting to get there. All right, I have to stretch my legs again and get a refill of coffee. I apologize for the frequent breaks. I think for some reason my back's just been nuts. Frank said she did opium. No, it's a thing called laudanum that that a lot of women who had, like, if they had back pain or any sort of pain, or they were sad because, like, in this case, her brother died, so she was depressed, but people just assumed that it's a sickness and that the cure was just this thing called laudanum. Paul said the page looks dope, and Frank said be sure to save. Yeah, with my laggy computer lately. Okay, so we're gonna finish that bottom half. I'm gonna keep streaming till I finish that bottom half of the rendering, and obviously we're gonna pull up the type to where it's on top as well. But I need to finish that bottom half of the page. I'm gonna go get a refill of coffee real quick. Yeah, we'll get there. I love when tricks like that work, though. I'm gonna get coffee though. Almost. Okay, so we're gonna get into this if my computer allows it. We're gonna finish up the rendering in this room. That should go relatively quickly. You guys can make fun of me later for saying it'll go quickly. Let me look at the light source on my comp. Yeah, it's a lot more kind of in the corner here, so oh my goodness, this lag. Okay. We working? Yes. Working. So we're gonna have like sort of our light source established. I want it to be kind of like I'm establishing the base shadows. We're doing real quick kind of sloppy shading here. But I'm also going to care about like the direction of the light. It's going to reflect off this bookshelf onto the books a little bit. Now we're going to get into this territory of this up here is going to get really dark. I think this part is going to cast a shadow that's going to kind of go across here. Whoa. Stop lagging, computer. That can be half the fun of the stream, though. You can watch and see, does my computer crash during the stream? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Robert said he has to go. Food time. Nice, Robert. Have a good time. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your food. And if you're on later, I'll see you on stream. I'm getting very close to food time here as well. My goal is to wrap this as quickly as possible. So I'm sitting in the living room drawing. I asked my wife if she minded if I turned on football. She said no. But if I do, she's going upstairs. She's watching videos on her phone. So I plugged in my earbuds and found you streaming. Nice surprise for me. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're working on, Paul. I really enjoy the Detective Perez stories. They're a lot of fun so far. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting the turn it took. And I don't know why, because it's kind of like in the description of the book, but it's like it's so fun, like the idea of like the hard-boiled detective story that suddenly mixes in vampires, and I'm digging the hell out of it. So yeah, I can't wait to kind of finish it up. That will probably might be what I casually do while eating if I'm able today, is like read the rest of the Detective Perez series. But I like it. I like the character. I like the plot. I like the mystery of it. It's just a lot of fun. Very well crafted. Shows a lot of care in the writing. Man, I don't know if you guys can see that pinwheel, but my computer is not happy. Not happy at all. Again, like as we get up here to like the top, it's going to be almost unnoticeable details here. So we're starting to get to a corner in the room where the stuff is very shrouded in shadow. Okay. Look at that panel. Isn't it neat? This is I'm singing Frank's comment. Again, Frank, you're getting a free sung comic or comment. Usually, if I were going to have to sing something, I would expect a super chat. But with Frank, because he's my mod, and also because Frank is hilarious, I give him free singing. Wouldn't you think Josh's comics complete? Wouldn't you think he's a guy who renders everything? But who cares? No big deal. He draws more. I like it. Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for that lovely comment. My goodness. I love it. So this is going to get there. Paul was saying his process is quite exhaustive. Great results, though. Yeah, it is. I'm a very slow artist, you know, and this is quicker than my my other style. This is my quick style right here, which I know is nuts, but that's just how I work. I'm gonna get this down, erase out that. There you go. Paul said, beautiful singing too. This is too much entertainment. Thanks, Paul. But we've been having this ongoing conversation about the idea of us doing a Little Mermaid stream where we could go through and sing the entire soundtrack of The Little Mermaid. I would want to get you in on this, Paul, if you're down. I definitely want Mr. Lujan in on this. I think it would have to be a special Artcasters. I almost feel like maybe we could use that on Artcasters as an incentive for super chats, where we could say, hey, once we reach this threshold, Anyhow, that's something I'm going to keep kind of considering. I want to bring to Scott as a possible, maybe that could be like a tier that people unlock. Like they could unlock or we could do it as like, every time we reach a certain threshold, we have to sing one song from The Little Mermaid. And then it could unlock from there to kind of different potentials until eventually there's like the full soundtrack. I don't know. It's something to consider. Paul says, is this the final rendering? Oh, 100%. Yeah. So this is going to be the final line art, and then all it's going to have is like very simple flats. So it's not too bad, you know. It's definitely not going to be like fully rendered. The goal is to have like kind of a pencil. I've mentioned this on streams before, but it's like I really like the how I envision this is like, you know, Arnold Lobel's like Frog and Toad Are Friends books. He also did like Aesop's Fables and stuff like that. I kind of like, one of the things that made me interested in this style was I was reading the Frog and Toad books to my son, and I was like, I would love to do a book that's in this style where it's like mostly rendered pencil, somewhat roughly rendered, and then underneath just somewhat flat tones. And I always had this idea that like that would be a fun way to work if I ever had a book that needed like an old Victorian feel. So when we got the publishing deal for this, and it takes place in like Victorian England, it was just like, oh, that's cool. It's a chance to kind of try out that that method. So we did a couple pitch pages before the deal that were done in this style, and then luckily they went for it. So it's a fun exploration. But weirdly enough, it goes quicker than I think it goes quicker than my my traditionally, like, you know, my traditional stuff, because I think even though the rendering takes some time, it doesn't take as long as all the hatching and stuff, you know, that I do for quarterly stories. Paul said, can I be the crab? 100%. I could see that. Frank said, Paul, you can do Under the Sea. And Paul said, I'm in. All right, awesome. So anyhow, we're going to have to try to make that happen, because it needs to happen and should happen. All right. Now I'm going to do a little trick. We're going to turn off all the rendered stuff, and then we're going to go in here. I'm going to do what I would do on more kind of flat colored type thing. Select all our areas. I'm going to go to, the problem is this works best with aliased lines, but we can compensate by doing select, modify, expand. And we're going to expand by like 2 pixels. I think that'll do it. And then I'm going to select inverse. And I need to get rid of my outer selections here, which would work great if I had a computer that wasn't being all laggy. Okay, there we go. You can do it, computer. It's like, it's kind of weird. It's like, I'm having memories of like, do you guys remember AOL dial-up days where like a very fast computer would always have lags when you were painting on it? It's kind of reminding me of those ancient days when like a G5 tower was like a, you know, the top computer. And we're going to get in there. I'm going to save. And I'm going to break once again, and then we're going to render the crap out of that, why am I blanking out? The scrolls that are at the top. Frank just wants somebody to sing Kiss the Girl really bad. Okay. So where are we at? Okay, you guys, we're at almost the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to go ahead and put on one last trailer. Why don't I put this one out to the chats? Oh, man, if I have functionality, that cut again. So I'm going to put this one to the chats. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see 2 stories, or do you want to see Jacob's apartment? Whichever trailer you want to see, I'm going to throw on. So whoever's first to the chats. And if it takes a while, maybe I'll just throw it up there. Okay, I have not seen any response in the chat, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw up. Let's throw up the 2 stories trailer. Here you go. And I will be right back. And we're going to finish up the black and whites of this page. All right, that was the trailer 2. The reason I'm using that one a little bit is because the other trailer has my song on it, but the song that I have on it is copywritten by me. And so it demonetizes my video and then sends my money account, my account for like my music royalties from my YouTube. So it overcomplicates it. So I'm kind of doing that. Yeah, Paul was saying Clip Studio is worth it. Yeah, I need to mess with Clip Studio at some point. Right now I'm Photoshopping because I like the Photoshop. It might be me being stubborn, but I really dig the results. Oh, and then Paul just chimed in with Jacobs, or maybe there's a lag or something. Sorry, Paul. But maybe I'll play the Jacobs trailer as I'm done. So this part shouldn't take too long, because this is literally just going to be the just rendering a few little details on the type so that it kind of goes in there. And we just want it to look a little older, so it's like not fully rendered out or anything crazy. It's just like giving these dimension. And then when we're done, it's going to be like lunch or dinner time, I guess, for me. I don't know what time it is for you guys. Paul, what time is it where you're at, man? I'm imagining it's like we're always on such off time schedules. I could imagine it's probably like very late for you. Also, Paul, the 16 pager, is that for a client? Is that your own? Either way, I'm really curious. I feel like you've already told me about it, but still I probably just need a little reminder. Yeah, look at that. That looks so good. I hate to say it, but I'm pretty proud of how that came out. The nice thing about scrolls, ancient banners and scrolls and stuff, is like you just kind of establish like a raw light source, and then you're pretty much good to go. And it's more just kind of like making the edges look like they're a little receding, and then just kind of toning it up a little bit because it's paper. It's not going to be like fully there. So this I like, but I feel like it's still a little too bright. So I want to tone it back just a little bit. Maybe not that much, maybe just a little bit, you know? I'm also liking how kind of gothic it looks to have that that kind of effect on the layers. So are you guys kind of seeing, like, I don't know, the aesthetic like that this book's gonna follow? The lettering for like the is gonna be much more traditional comics when it comes to the like dialogue. Because I'm a fan of the all caps when it comes to dialogue and stuff like that. But it felt like for these narrative panels for this, you want it to have kind of more of that ancient, like Edward Gorey kind of vibe. Maybe that's crazy or something, but that's the thinking. Oh, Frank said, I think there's a chat lag because I had said 2 stories. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm getting a lot of lag on the internet. Like I'm honestly just, I am definitely thinking like when these scrolls are done, my computer's going to need a little break so we don't kind of end up having like 20-year delays on the connection and stuff like that. So I think all around my computer, it might be the interwebs or whatever, but whatever it is, I'm having some delays, like, so possibly just that it needs a little rest and a reboot. I am asking it to do a lot of things. This is the downside of actually something to be aware of. When you're working with a lot of brushes in Adobe, Adobe is a really powerful system, but it can easily like overwhelm your computer and your computer's memory. And I'm doing a lot of brush strokes here, so no excuses though. We'll get through it. That might have been too dark. I want to revisit this spot. There we go. That's a little better. Frank said it's 8 p.m. here. I ate a lot at the church picnic today. I bought a lot of ribs. Brought back a lot of ribs in a larger Ziploc bag. Ribs sound amazing, dude. Ribs are so delicious. Yeah, we're gonna do like a little Easter egg hunt at Ben's grandma's house, and I think read some scripture, and think that's the plan. You know, it's mostly like for the kids to be able to run around hunting eggs like lunatics. It was actually pretty fun. Yesterday, Ben had a lot of his friends over, and they were just doing silly stuff, just running around being goofballs, and it was a lot of fun. He has a really good mom, like, who organizes stuff like that, which is awesome. So power to my amazing wife. But that was like a reward because he got killer grades and we were really proud of him. He worked really hard. This has been like a really cool thing on like the like God answering prayers kind of thing. He's been just like an incredibly bright, intelligent young man that we got in our house. And again, I think a lot of that comes from my wife and not so much from me. All right, so here we go. Look at this. This is looking so good, guys. Adam just said had some ribs today too. Family birthday get together. That's awesome, Adam. I'm glad to hear that, man. And then Frank said, as long as Adam doesn't drop by. Oh, hey, Adam. Frank's such a goofball. Adam said it snowed here. Last time it snowed this time of year was 30 years ago. And then he said, hey, Paul. Hey, Frank. And yeah, Paul said, check in later. I'll be drawing late tonight. Late for me. Cool. Well, I'll probably, like, once I'm done with the rendering on this, I'm just doing some scrolls, which is pretty, doable. I'm probably going to call it for this stream once this is done. And then when I'll probably go eat and then come back and try to flat color this page, which will be a whole other thing. But that'll be good because it'll give me an opportunity to give my computer a rest because, as you guys have seen, like, there's a little bit of a lag between when I'm drawing something and when it shows up on the screen. So I think my computer definitely needs a little break. And it wouldn't be bad to eat food too. That's good for us cartoonists to remember. Man, you guys are making me want ribs now, though. All right. And then we're gonna.
Or I'm like, stop whining about
Look at that. I'm really enjoying. Adam asked how much I've done, so I'm on page 6. And then I'm just gonna keep plugging away. My hope is to get like 15 before the end of the month. That might be a little ambitious. And then again, this page went a lot quicker than the last few because I think I'm starting to get in the flow of the process. So, I do think the pages are going to come a little relatively quicker. The last page took forever. And I think that was partially because of the establishing shots, like where I had to do, like, even on this scene in the room, like, it's not going to have like a mass amount of color. Whereas like doing that city street sequence on page 5 like was especially for coloring a lot more complex. So we'll see how well it goes, but yeah, I feel like I'm making pretty good progress. And the catch, and this for me is like really important, where this really isn't worth it to do unless I do it to my best. Like comics, like this is my theory on indie comics, at least. I think that indie comics succeed or fail. Like a lot of that, the success or failure of indie comics is like out of your hands. The one thing that's in your hands and can give you the best leg up for it succeeding is to make a really good product. And so it's like if you can't like if you're going to put something out there and you're like that wasn't the best thing I could make, or it's not like the best of my ability, then like what's the point? Because it's comics, you know. It's like you should be make the best book you can, just like you would if you were writing a novel. You know, it's like if I were writing a novel, I'd hate to just like phone it in, because why write novels then? It's like just do law or something else, you know. So that's my thinking on it. So like the reason I brought that up is like considering that I don't feel like I've sacrificed quality, and I feel pretty good about how the pages are coming out. And I also don't feel like I'm being too perfectionistic to where like it's going to be impossible for me to hit the deadline. So it's like finding that balance. That's why I was talking about it. It's like finding that balance is going to be my challenge till the end of the year, is like getting it done on time and not sacrificing too much quality, but also like not going so far that I'm like, you know, making it impossible. That's the catch. Frank said that is a beautiful page. I feel good about this page. I feel really good about this page. There's a few things I'd probably redo if I were being like super perfect about it, but done. So I'm going to call that done on the black and whites. Thanks to everybody who showed up in the chats. I also really want to encourage anybody who's watching the stream after the fact, make sure you're checking out and subscribing to the channels of the people who show up in the chats. Like, I mean, Paul, Frank, Adam, like, you know, Gary was in earlier. I mean, like we had Fogbreaker Studios come in, like a lot of just insane. Robert, I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. I mean, like, yeah, Didi, like all of the channels, like they're really good art channels and really good artists, and we should be following them. Anyhow, with that being said, the one last thing I'll ask is, if you haven't yet, make sure you guys pick up a copy of Two Stories. It's available on Amazon. That's where I would order it if I were you, because if you have Prime, you get free shipping, and it helps the book sell, because every time you buy it on Amazon, it ups the sales ranking, which makes it more visible. You can also ask any indie-friendly local comic shop to order Two Stories and carry it in their store. That's from Marcosia Publishing, and their distributor is Ingram. Now, this book is Jacob's Apartment, which is my comic about it's basically a doomed romance story in the vein of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind or Ghost World. And this comes out in June of 2022. And I would recommend you guys pick that up and ask your local comic shop to order this. It'll come out in June 7th, and at comic stores and bookstores everywhere. So you go to your local Barnes and Noble or any bookstore, and they should be able to order this because it's carried through Diamond. So yeah, and also Graphic Mundi, just as a publisher, check them out. Like graphicmundi.org has so many good graphic novels out right now that it's kind of intimidating, to be honest, being in the stable of what they're releasing, because they've just had such high quality stuff. Frank said, will there be a black and white version for the indie purists? Are you talking about of Jacob's? No. Sorry. I can maybe on a future stream, if I ever have time, pull up some of the original pages because it is hand inked. And so, but that was weird. Like when I did Jacobs, that was the first time I did a graphic novel. And so I did it a lot closer to size. So the page size that I was working at was like about that big. Whereas now, like when I work traditionally, it's like on these huge pages. But great question. And then Frank, that's cool. That's your birthday month. So yeah, celebrate Frank's birthday by pre-ordering that. And then of course, make sure you've checked out everybody in the chats, links and stuff like that, because it's a really inspiring group and I'm honored to have you guys show up and hang out with me on my live streams. I will probably be live streaming again in about an hour, maybe 2 hours. And that's where we'll flat and color this page. But thanks for walking me through the process of like finishing the pencils and rendering this page. And I hope you guys have a good night. Oh, Frank was saying not this one, but Not Death But Love. Not Death But Love will be out in May of 2024, I believe, which is weird. I have to like finish it by April of 2023 so we can hit the press correctly. And in that case, Not Death But Love, this is exciting. It's going to be a hardbound book. And it should be pretty cool. Like, I don't know a ton of the details about the printing, but it'll be about, let's see. So if we look at Jacobs, it'll be about an inch bigger on both sides. And then it's going to be hardback. And I'm guessing that I'm going to probably have a lot to do with the cover design, but it's probably going to look super Victorian. And if we can get away with like special processes on the cover, I'm going to totally push for that. But yeah, so I'll let you guys know as that goes, but obviously that's like a couple years out. All right, guys. Frank, thanks for the questions too. And thanks for being the best mod ever. And all that being said, if you guys want to catch these live, make sure you've hit subscribe, hit that bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. Because like I said, we might be going in about 2 hours again on a live stream. And you don't want to miss the live action because it's fun. All right. Have a good night, guys. And I will see you guys after dinner. Bye.